AIM Dark Souls Remastered stream here on the Overanalyst channel. Got plenty of stuff in store today. As I said yesterday, I don't know exactly how involved or how failure-laden the DLC is going to be, but I do get the distinct impression that we're going to have one, maybe two more full streams, maybe a little smidge of a third. Today we're going to be focusing our attention on the last two bearers of the Lord Souls, or Soul Fragments, at least. Starting with Duke Seath the Scaleless, the Dragon Traitor, up in the Royal Archives, right over there. And it's going to take a little bit of doing to get to him, but if I recall correctly from my first playthrough, and granted, as I said, it has been quite some time, oh, right. This bonfire is all verklempt without the Lady of the Dark Moon present, because we killed her. Right, okay. Speaking of, hold on, before we do anything else, I want to check and see. Because I remember from, like, the other Dark Souls titles, her gear's really good. And it is, when it comes to magic defense. But it's slightly worse in every other regard. That might make it worth it for this next little dungeon alone. Because Seath's entire, stretch of Lordran is chock full of magic damage and things what wreak it. Hey MC, good afternoon, good evening, as the case may be. Hope you're having a good day so far. And most importantly, it looks really, really cool. So there should be a bonfire not too far from here. And without the last god of Anor Londo keeping the lights on around here, there's not much aside from a few spare pieces of treasure for us to see or do here. Had a good day, how about me? Doing quite well so far, thank you very much. Really excited to, well, get closer and closer to the end game, and then move on to my favorite entry in the series, Dark Souls 2. Now, we've been talking sporadically, as I remember to, about... Geez. They've got some range to that. The somewhat unpolished design of some of the areas and gimmicks in the late game. Got a crystal halberd. That's gonna be very powerful, but not terribly durable. And some twinkling titanite. Excellent. Probably will be needing that later on. For instance, New Londo introduced an interesting gimmick with the transient curses and ghost enemies you needed them to defeat. Well, I say needed them. Blessed weapons might be able to do damage to the ghosts, but don't quote me on that. Whereas, and it just didn't feel great having to use an item to take down one very specific type of enemy. Basically just one enemy over and over again. In one short little area. And the Tomb of the Giants was just so damn dark and, like, absolutely laden with those skeleton beasts that it seemed to have kind of sloppier level design than we were used to seeing, especially after the Catacombs did such a great job. But this next area, Seath's area of the game, thankfully doesn't suffer from the same little design hang-ups overall. Now, the area just before his boss fight is not fantastic, but it's not poorly designed. Now you'll see we've got another armored tusk here, but this one does not have an opening in the back of its armor, damn it, that will allow us to attack it easily. And in fact, fighting this one directly might not even be worth it. It may just be better to run past it, as Seath's archives are just on the other side of this set of tunnels. Got a beautiful little transitional area here. There is a second one, but no worries. All we gotta do is take this here elevator on up, wait for them to go back to their positions, and come back down and we can snag that bonfire. Welcome, by the way, to the Duke's Archives. A fairly short, but really cool area, just infused with magical energy. Because, if you recall, Seath, who is the closest thing to a straight, uncompromised villain I think the entire series has to offer us, was a dragon born without the immortality, or at least the phenomenal resilience, afforded by, Go on, back you go, yeah, moonwalk yourselves right on out of here. Oh, teleport yourselves out of here, whatever. Without the phenomenal resilience that the stone scales granted the everlasting dragons. And so, as a result of his spite, as a result of his jealousy, he elected to throw his lot in with Gwyn and destroy the rest of his people. And has proven himself... I guess we are gonna have to take at least one of them, eh? No, they're both just kind of standing there. Oh, I get it, the one can't get around the other. Ruthlessly dedicated to researching means by which he can acquire immortality or otherwise lengthen his lifespan. And along the way, it's heavily implied, has developed a horrific proclivity for sexual assault, the one instance of which may well have spawned the crossbreed Priscilla. At the very least, he is incredibly fond of abducting and forcibly mutating the different species, sentient species, from around Lordran, as we'll see later on. And we'll be dealing with his horrific chimera and the results of his bizarre experiments throughout the entire rest of the series. More than any other antagonistic force in the series, like individual characters, I mean, his presence is going to be felt straight on through into Dark Souls 3. And again, remember, these are the kind of people that Gwyn is A-okay with having around. Oh, cool, we got the boar helm. That's a really, really neat helmet. What? Is it not going to let me use the bonfire just because the boar's over there? Well, okay, we can kind of cheese them out using the elevator, I guess. Since these have butt armor, we kind of can't. Jeez. Backstab them as easily. I don't know if these guys respawn. I'm fairly certain at least one of them doesn't. It's possible that none of them do. And if I recall, there are no more of them in the archives proper. It's entirely possible, given their placement, that Seath also made these things. Why, I have no idea, but, he's kind of pathologically insane, as we'll see. And unlike the other lords, we get to meet Seath pretty early on. He's not hiding anywhere, far from it. He's also, I would argue, one of the lords who's most active in the world. If you recall, the four kings were trapped, and Nito had absolutely no interest in really doing much of anything. Her sphere of death worked perfectly well on its own in this world. But the Duke himself is still extremely active. That's more like it. Now, why don't we go ahead and crack it? No, let's not crack a humanity, my bad. We're going to maybe grab an extra level, something like intelligence, because this is the place for sorcery. Both using it and acquiring it. And take ourselves on up into the Duke's library. Absolutely love the look of this armor set. That polished brass is just so colorful, so vivid compared to so much of the stuff in this game. Now, meet Seath's primary soldiers, the Crystal Hollows. He's been experimenting prolifically in crystal magic, a way of roughly approximating the powerful scales of the dragons. And that means, yes, he's the source of all the crystal weaponry and kit we found all around the rest of the world. His crystal soldiers are frail, but they hit hard. Oh, and as you can see in the background there, channelers are also present here, because they are kind of associated with Seath and his library. Been a while since we've seen one of them, I think. And the crystal golems from the Darkroot Basin. And as you can see, yeah, the crystal soldiers do not play around. Like, at all. They're more aggressive than regular hollows as well. I think there's a small chance of them dropping crystal gear, which is obviously really good, if really brittle. That got him. Right, so we're gonna want to bring that channeler down just as quick as we can. But this one warps all throughout the library, meaning we have to keep chasing him down while being assailed by soul arrows. Jeez, one arrow did that. Can you believe it? Nope. What does this guy drop? Some kind of spell, maybe? He was just standing there. No? Okay. Okay, good. We kind of need to kite these guys out, because those archers, as we saw, really pack a punch. We can also see that Seath is probably on the right track, as Crystal definitely makes these guys tougher. Like, more resilient, I mean. Let's get rid of you first. Oh, no! No! Oh, that was nasty. That was very nasty. This area isn't very long, believe it or not. MC says, for Guardians of Knowledge, they sure do love to trash the place. Well, at this point, there isn't a good lore explanation for that. That is pretty funny. But at this point, Seath could really care less about all the knowledge he's got stored away in there. He's pretty far gone by now, the implication seems to be. It's not a long area, but it is going to be difficult to navigate the first time. Luckily, once we're through these two kind of principal towers that make up the archives, we're on more or less a straight but not necessarily easy shot to the boss. The tricky thing about these guys is, even compared to other late-game enemies, they just deal obscene damage with their crystal weaponry. And they're not exactly glass cannons either. Well, the archers are, but these guys aren't. Not the footmen. Oh, that one's been buffed by the channeler. Gotta get rid of him. Oh, well, that's the other thing. The channeler's probably going to use his dance to buff quite a few of these guys. Good. Off you go. I think once we back the channeler up to a certain point, he will just stand and face us, even if we don't wear him down, but don't quote me on that. So their aggro range doesn't seem to be as great as, say, the Dark Wraiths, and this one dropped something for us. Interested to see what that could be. Oh, Crystal Straight Sword, nice. These things, as I said before, are really powerful. Like, really powerful. Like, unupgraded, it has 150 straight attack. Powerful. Fully crystallized straight sword, how such a weapon was created is entirely unknown. The crystallization boosts its attack, but makes the blade brittle. The sword cannot be used for long, as it cannot be repaired. And again, that's the trade-off with crystal weaponry. And I believe weaponry that you enhance using a crystal ember that we can find somewhere deeper in the archives. Oh, the perfect place to square off with these guys, under the stairs. Oh, I hear the channeler working his magic. Some cash. There we go, use those iframes well. These guys are way more of a threat than the channeler is as like a combatant. So I think it'd be wise to just prioritize them for now. And pick off as many of them as we can. Yeah, see, the channeler hurts, but nowhere near as much as one of those crystal arrows will. Also, really prioritizing backstabs, not just because it gets us through this a bit more painlessly, but also because I'm not sure those guys, due to being, well, basically rock men at this point, may deal increased damage to our weapon's durability with every strike. More Twinkling Titanite, good stuff. Also makes sense because Seath is really big into, like, crystals and stones overall, as you could tell. We want to access that lift, but... Almost got you. There he is. We got a balcony. Oh, and thankfully the sky hasn't been altered over here, I don't think. I was afraid that this beautiful exterior environment would be darkened if we dispersed Gwendolyn's illusion, but thankfully it was not. Seriously, look at this place, how pristine, how heavenly the Archive's location is. This is gorgeous, and I actually wish we got to see more of the exterior, but unfortunately, we don't really a whole lot. I mean, the interior looks really cool as well, but that might be one of my favorite vistas in the series right there. I'm fairly certain there's more than one channeler here, but we're about to take the first one down. There he goes. Mimic? Yep. One. Ooh, I forgot about that attack. Good, it missed with the grab. That leaves it wide open. Largely. Got it. Good. I think that one was buffed by a channeler too somehow. A crystal knight shield. Not great, but not terrible. Could be very useful. From here we can access the lift. Which should take us, geez, quite a bit further up. Oh yeah, because we're almost to our boss room. We've just got to work our way through one mini-boss first, really quickly. Where is he? Yeah, this guy. This is the Crystal General. He has a really cool special, armor set, as well as a crystal greatsword. He deals damage like you wouldn't believe, but thankfully, unlike most of his men, he's not terribly durable. MCS, how many of these books are pornographic? Probably most of them. Just probably the majority. Unfortunately, he didn't drop his stuff, but I think our buddy Domhnall will be selling it. Got 2 Twinkling Titanite and a Blue Titanite chunk, and I'm just gonna go ahead and throw one of these on, no real reason. I absolutely love that as you get closer and closer to the dragon, you see more and more of the castle being overtaken by crystallization. And yeah, here we are, time to meet the Duke. Except, oh, he's so beautiful, like a giant 80s dragon. He's a vile character, but I love his design. See, problem is, we cannot harm him. This is a mandated death, fight. There's no way to win. Though we do want to avoid letting him kill us by filling up the curse status meter. That's what we want. It's really weird that they do something like that now, but yeah, we lost the ring, but we get to keep our souls, which is important. Because somehow he's going to use his magic powers to cause us to respawn at a bonfire deep within a prison located across the archive complex. This is good old Duke Seath's laboratory. And we're going to see exactly what he does to his guests right in here. Real quick, how many dual humanity, or how many humanity do we have total? Oh, Lord, that's more than enough. Yeah, we can go ahead and kindle this one. This is a really neat area, though. I absolutely adore the crystalline aesthetic all about the place. Now, I can tell you right now, when we do finally fight Duke Seath, those little awesome-looking crystal breath beams are insanely powerful, but apparently, I seem to remember having difficulty with him during my first playthrough, but I was using a different build and didn't know quite as much about the series as I did. He's really easy to, like, bait into an exploitable pattern of behavior. And, like most dragons, we can cut his tail off for a series staple weapon. Hold on, can I get some more intelligence out of you, please? Yes. Oh, trust me, we're gonna want this for a reason. There's a few more of Seath's crystal soldiers here. I absolutely adore Seath's design because it's just, for a series that leans heavily, and intentionally, on, like, European fantasy tropes and plays with them in interesting ways, it's such a non-standard design for a Western dragon. Way more colorful, way more vibrant. Oh, the Caduceus Kite Shield. Nice. They don't use crystal shields, then. I, for some reason, thought they did. Right, so how to get out of here? Well, you'll notice one of the serpent men from Sin's fortress is guarding our cell. meaning that, yes, Seath created these things too. Fortunately, he's not exactly been keeping up with his fitness regimen, and we got the Archive Tower cell key, which might give us a little bit more info. The Archive Tower, once a trove of precious tomes and letters, became a prison after the onset of Seath's madness. The serpent men who guard the prison know not the value of what they hide. In the basement of the tower are the writhing mistakes of the terrifying experiments which were conducted there. And, yeah, to get out of here, we're going to have to set those things free. Or no, sorry, this guy's going to set them free, maybe. Meet the Pasakas. They were once normal women, or goddesses, and Seath somehow turned them into this, for whatever reason. So not only are we going to have to take them down, but we're going to have to cut our way through the Serpent Men. Now, the cool thing is, I think they and the Serpent Men will fight each other. Oh, they're climbing up after us. That's not good. Off we go. And off we go. Why are you turning around as soon as you get up here? Well, I'm not complaining. It would have been hell to have to fight you normally. MC said Duke read too many hentai, too. Girl in tentacles is such a trope. I actually get more of a Medusa vibe from them myself. Like Dark Souls' take on a Gorgon. Well, we actually see a straight-up Gorgon a bit later on in the series, but that's what I always got from it. Not entirely sure what we're supposed to be doing over here yet, so I'm not going to do anything yet. I'm pretty sure this is the way out. We're going to need to get a key from, I think, the Serpent Man who activated the phonograph. Oh, check out that shadow. Sick. And once we're out of here, it is more or less a straight shot across a courtyard through, the upper half of that first archive floor tower that we couldn't access. And, oh, please let me know if the audio is off, by the way. I always want to make sure that the audio mix is decent, and I don't think we've checked it for Dark Souls. So they're weak, but they have a grab attack that will absolutely mess you up. And a very short-range projectile attack I don't really remember. I love their design. Absolutely love it. You can even see, like, a humanoid face underneath all the tentacles when they rise up to prep the grapple. Well, that wasn't so bad, right? And indeed, it's not, really. Now that we've got the cell key, we can search all of these different cages as well. Anything in here? No? Okay. Maybe the next one. Handful of Pasakas still rolling around down there. That one's still locked, huh? This one isn't, though. These guys are so much less dangerous without archers. MC says audio of the game might be a little too loud, but nothing that's significant in my taste. Okay, give me just a second to make sure this cell is safe. Which might not be given the Pasakas. And I will adjust that. We got the extra key. This should allow us to open those other cells. Okay, give me just a minute to handle the game audio. I was afraid of that listening back to some of the other streams. Okay, how's that? Is that a bit better? I hope I'm not too loud now. Right, so we're going to have to go out these doors and directly into a horde of Pisakas. Scary, but shouldn't be impossible. Or a single Pisaka, rather. Oh, there's so many of these poor, poor people. Oh, they do have a melee attack. MC says it's too hard to give you an exact thing because this music is varying in volume constantly. That's totally fair. Just let me know if at any point during, like, today's stream it seems too loud or too quiet. These guys obviously are much hardier than their counterparts. Also, the music emitted from the phonograph is, by the standards of the game, like, very loud. Extra key to a cell in the Duke's Archive Tower. Perhaps the Serpent Men were careless, for there are several keys scattered about which fit Archive Tower cells. Would be great if you could vary the volume dynamically. Definitely. I still need to get one last component of the rig I'll need to actually get my capture card to work, like something that allows me to, like, run HDMI to the card and my computer and all that. From my family home. But next time I'm over there, I'll grab that, and once we get the capture card going, I can adjust audio on the fly using my computer. Now, here we have two totally harmless Pisakas that have way more health. Or at least one of them does. That's because they have special loot. A miracle called Bountiful Sunlight, and a miracle called Soothing Sunlight. We can get a bit more information if we read those miracles' descriptions. And he says, I'd say they're less Medusa and more Sirens. Well, they're not actually, oh, check that out, we have no Covenant since we, killed Nito. That's interesting. They're not emitting this music, they're drawn to it. This is one of Seath's creations. Okay, so Bountiful Sunlight. Special miracle granted to the maidens of Guinevere, Princess of the Sun. Gradual HP restoration for the self and vicinity. The miracles of Guinevere, the princess cherished by all, grant their blessing to a great many warriors. And then Soothing Sunlight. Restores high HP for self and vicinity, a more powerful version. Right, so these were Guinevere's entourage. And Seath took and experimented on and mutilated them all. For what reason, we have no idea. Again, the lore suggests some pretty horrifying things. I've no idea what this is, either. This is just pile of clockwork. MC says, will these creatures look like Ariel turn wrong? Yes. Yes, they do. And you can't find them anywhere else in the game. The Duke's Archives is home to a fair few pretty unique creatures. Oh, hello. Oh, there's one of the Serpent Mages. It's been ages since we've seen one of you guys. And it'll be a good long while before we see another. Pretty sure that's not a false chest. The Archive Tower Giant Door Key. Key to the giant door leading out from the uppermost floor of the Archive Tower, which now serves as a prison. The key's design resembles not the key of a prison, Indeed, the tower was once no prison at all, but a trove of precious tomes. Well, let's kill the music. Is that thing, like, coated in slimy serpent skin? Yeah, like the guards either shed themselves or were skinned all over this thing. Jeez. Now we have to go crack open those cells we couldn't open earlier, and then hopefully find a way to access the locked door at the bottom of the, or at the back of the Pasaka's corral. There should be 1 or 2 locked cell doors. Here we go. Just some cash, but anything else? Not here. Now hold on, I noticed a passage up above that item, right? Accessible from there, maybe? Hold on, we might be able to open that now. If we didn't already. Yep. Hello, platforming puzzle. You look especially frightening today. Oof. We made it, though, and got yet more money. Anything else for us here? Over by this column, maybe? Yes. No? Maybe? Is there something directly under there, like a... There's no cage or anything like that. So maybe drop down here. Ow. No, just way back down for now, I guess. There's certainly something more here, but we'll have to get to it later, I suppose. Well, nothing left to do, but head on out the front door. Very eerily silent in here now. I dig it. MC says, just go take some dragon's wings, fly all over. Oh, if only we could. There is some dragon-themed gear in this game. Quite a lot of it, actually. So far we've got the dragon great axe, but I don't know that there's... Well, there is some dragon armor, as it happens. But it's not armor in a conventional sense. We'll see what I mean probably near the end of today's stream. Should I top off Estus? Yeah, why not? Enough to level up? No? Close, though. Pasakas respawn? Looks like they don't. MC says Hand of Fate has the best dragon armor. It's pretty good stuff, I will agree. See, this brings us out in a gorgeous courtyard. Now, gee, I wonder where Seath is going to be. Is it in, like, the giant library complex, or the massive crystal towers jutting out of the ground? We're about to enter an area that, as I said, doesn't have just stellar, like, mechanical design, but is one of the most gorgeous in the entire game. And one of the shortest at that, but first we've got to clear out what remains of the archives, and run into a friend or two while we're here. We'll get down to that courtyard in time. It's patrolled by those big blue crystal golems. And welcome back to the Archive Tower. And welcome back to Channelers. Oh, this one isn't moving. Now he is. Okay. It's alright, we got the Estus now, we're good. There we go. Gotta get those iframes. The Archer's way more dangerous than the Channeler, so I will gladly take a soul arrow or 3. Oh, you are done, my friend. Say, feel like dropping that trident of yours? No? No, that's a shame. Standard longbow. There's one more channeler back in the first room. Anything over here? Nope. Let's go see what we missed over here. I really like the Duke's Archives. In addition to having totally unique enemies and fresh takes on old, more established enemy designs, it's not over long. It doesn't really feel like it overstays its welcome, which, for a game like this, is kind of important. You want the game to be changing things up. No, 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 no. Crystal Guard? I don't remember that invader. This isn't an NPC, or no, this isn't a player, I don't think, though. The Crystal Guard. Oh, this could be nasty. Yeah, I don't remember this at all. Is it going to be like a beefed up version of the Crystal General or something? They must be waiting in the other room. Which is fine by me, because we've got a little bit more looting to do over here. For example, by turning this here handle to rotate the staircase, giving us access to 2 new balconies. At least I think they're both new. Are you a real window? Yes, you are. Loot, but is it a mimic? No. This is the good stuff, then. Yikes. More twinkling titanite. Oh, that's just the channeler shooting at us from next door. I'm really tempted to equip that, like, anti-magic crest shield, but, man, the stamina buffs we get are just a bit too good for where we are. Against Seath, the trade-off may be worth it, because, don't know if you could guess just from that little preview we got, but he isn't the most mobile guy in the world. There we go. Yep, there's the Crystal Guard. MC says, don't see Crystal Guard in the NPC invaders. Well, there's no way. My god, they are a player. Yep, only a player moves like that. Well, good job. Did I backstab him? I mean, I did, but... Whoa. How do I keep getting knocked out of the backstab animation? That... What are they doing? I was facing them, right? The hell? Correct me if I'm wrong, but they clearly... I know that this game's multiplayer, well, Dark Souls multiplayer in general, has some lag issues, but that NPC, or that invader, clearly backstabbed me while I was facing them on multiple occasions, right? And both times I backstabbed them, they took no damage whatsoever. They were wielding one of the best swords in the game, so yeah, they're supposed to do a lot of damage, but that didn't feel totally on to me. What do y'all think? I feel like in a fair fight, we should have taken them easily. Yeah, MC says maybe they're doing, quoting, what they're doing is called a pivot backstab, which looks kind of weird on your end. From the opponent's perspective, they're just pivoting into your back. Yeah, it's a lag issue, but professional or, like, experienced PvPers tend to get really good at that, and I am not one of those. I've got to go through all this again. It is kind of BS, though, that both of the Crystal Guard's backstabs landed perfectly, despite, like, a lag issue or whatever, and I was able to lock in the animation, which for all of these guys kicks in iframes, and yet an archer was able to technically knock me out of it and keep them from taking any damage whatsoever. I think we got everything in this hall before the Crystal Guard killed us. Alright, so how do we get over to that channeler? Is one of these a false bookcase? No. Over there, maybe. There's a passage I just blanked on. Yeah, here we go. This is how we get... Damn. To the channeler. The channelers technically work for Seath, so what on earth one was doing in the Undead Parish, I have no idea. I have a feeling the one present in the depths may have been responsible for observing the gaping dragon, possibly one of the Duke's creations, though. Got that one without him teleporting. Nice. Whee! Okay, anything up here? See another balcony over there. This one shouldn't be a mimic, and it is not. What do you got for us? Strong magic shield sorcery. Kind of a niche spell that will, temporarily enhance our shield, much in the style of magic weapon, to greatly resist magic damage and also be just a bit more durable, I think. Oh wait, we've already been through here. Oh, that's right. Silly me. Do you see that NPC's corpse just kind of go rolling into view over there? Oh, ragdolls in this series are great, man. Alright, just spin that round. We can investigate these last two little floors, and then head on down properly to the entrance. No, unless we've cleaned these up too? Not this one, maybe. And he says ragdolls are always great. Very true. I don't think I've ever played a game where ragdolls took away from the experience in the least. Duke's got archers at work. Yikes. But we are almost, believe me when I say, almost there. Oh, that got him. Good for you, Heavy Soul Raider. Or Heavy Soul Arrow. MC says, I played such game. Tomb Raider old gen versus new gen. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad ragdoll. That would be a hard case to present. Exploding body fragments are better. Okay. Okay, I see. Like an aesthetic preference. Okay, I'll give you that one. Now down here, this should technically be the way for us into Duke Seath's stronghold. So that may raise the question of, well, Brady, why, if Seath is nowhere near the archives, or the archive towers himself, Why on earth was he waiting for us to face off against him in the game's sole unwinnable battle early on? And the answer is, well, I think it's kind of clumsily done, especially since it's the only such instance of that thing in the entire game. But the idea, the information they're trying to convey is that Seath, somehow or another, actually managed to attain immortality. He's met his goal, but is still not quite in his right mind. And if we want to get, like, the soul fragment from him, since he's clearly not going to hand it over willingly, we're gonna have to do something about that. There they go. MC says he wanted to capture you, and is it a phylactery? Nope. A quick look around the archive should tell you exactly what we're gonna be up against. He found something that can emulate the everlasting dragon's immortal scales. And looks so much cooler at the same time. We can just ignore that archer. Do we really need so many globes and orreries? I think we got enough of them. Man, the librarians I know would just pitch a fit if they saw a place this disorganized. This room is much darker than I remember it being. Be wary of Master. Later in the game, maybe. I think this is where Big Hat Logan ends up at the end of his quest chain. This room, specifically. Are you not a mimic? Do you have the best sorcery for our build? No, you have the Channeler's set, which is really, really cool. Are you a mimic? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Maybe this guy has the best sorcery for us? Such an unsettling design for a mimic, I love it. No, an enchanted falchion. One of those was the best weapon, or one of the best weapons in Demon Souls, but not quite what we're looking for. Is this it? No, that lets us craft crystal equipment, I think. Am I right? Let me just... hold on. Crystal Ember created by Seath the Scaleless, handled only by the giant god's blacksmiths. Ascends a +10 weapon to a crystal weapon. Crystal weapons are powerful but brittle, and cannot be repaired once broken. MC said mimics are the best at mimicking death. Well, that one's gonna be pretty damn good at it from now on. If we just pull this lever, this is the pathway to Seath himself. A lot of treasure around here, and much more of this clockwork. Shiny stones, they aren't too useful on their own, trust me. There's a couple interesting uses for them elsewhere in the game, but not here. Oh, did I miss one somehow? The giant cell key, that should allow us access to the gate at the back of the Pasaka's cell. The giant cell once imprisoned countless maidens, but it is now empty, save for a few key persons. They struggle to uphold their sanity as the horde of mistakes writhe at a fearfully close proximity. Well, sorry to do this to y'all, but we're going to have to truck it right back on over then. After triggering this bonfire, of course, we'll rest at it and kindle it before we head on out of the fortress complex. But first, we're going to head back to the cell to open it. Because I could be wrong, I think Big Hat Logan might be there. He might have gotten himself captured again by Seath's men. Again. You know, for an all-powerful sorcerer, he's not exactly putting great numbers up, just saying. This is not where we want to be. Oh, we've got to climb that ladder near the, right? No, we just need to climb this stairwell. And once we're through with Seath, the next leg of the journey, after we make a detour to grab a covenant real quick, to recover the Witch of Vilest soul shard, is a trek through one of the more poorly designed areas in the game, not because of BS mechanics or anything like that. There's just a lot of, like, copy-pasting of enemies and things like that. I could be wrong, but I swear I've heard something about, like, that particular area being kind of rushed during development. But for our intents and purposes, it's basically one gigantic boss rush against technically 4 different bosses. Come on, give me all you got. It is, of course, not enough. And yeah, it looks like the Pasakas might not come back. That's good. One less way to horrifically die here. That or no, they're all just bunched up down there. Good. Where did you come from? One of the open cells, no doubt. We can do this. God, they look so creepy. I kinda love it. Oh, what are you two doing? Yeah, bring it on. Let's get this over with. Once we're through with this, I don't think we'll have to come back here for a long time, if at all. Good thing they give you a bonfire just before Seath's, like, actual stronghold. I do appreciate that. So good that you can interrupt their grab attack. That isn't true of so many enemies that have them. Makes this whole experience a lot easier. The special, like, tranquil one that typically drops, yeah, there's Logan. Typically drops, or the 2 that drop Guinevere's miracles don't respawn. We got another Firekeeper soul, which is great.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm saved. That makes twice.
He sounds ecstatic.
I'm sure to repay you. I will visit the archives. If I discover any new spells, I shall share them with you. Prepare to be impressed by the onward march of sorcery.
This is actually a really good reward because I think he's going to sell us the best sorcery for us. Once we rest at a bonfire, I think he'll relocate to that little library just before the new fog gate. And before too long, hopefully by the end of today's stream, we should be ready to tackle the DLC. And I have no idea how long it is. As I said, I've seen like snippets of gameplay, like highlights from people's playthroughs, and I've seen like the boss fights previously. But I have absolutely no idea what we're in for in total. We might be able to get it through the whole thing in one stream, and once we're done with the DLC, once we might do a little bit of a loot cleanup stream, but then it's just a straight shot to Lord Gwyn. Once we can open those doors behind the Lordvessel, he's really just one little celebratory victory lap away from us. Now, to actually beat him, I'm gonna have to get really good at parrying in that one specific fight. He is a parry-based boss, and as you've no doubt gathered, I'm not the world's best or most experienced at parrying, so that's gonna be an interesting one. The good news is, I think thrusting swords like the rapier deal insane damage on both backstabs and parries. I mean, relative to what they normally do. Let's pop a humanity right like that. Kindle the flame, because we're gonna need it. Another cool feature of future games in the series is you can teleport or warp between every single bonfire in the game, not just select ones, as in this one. Alright, Logan, where you at? Here he is.
Hello there. I was expecting you. This place is truly magnificent, more than expected. As promised, I shall share the new sorceries with you, and the secret of Seath's immortality.
So, he now, or should sell, the crystal magic. The most powerful magic in the entire game, derived directly from Seath's research and teachings, including the ridiculously potent crystal magic weapon. We're gonna need 25 intelligence to use it, meaning it's very, very costly. But it's worth it. He also offers us better variants of the soul arrow, one of which I'll pick up right now.
The secret of Seath's immortality. If you are fortunate or imprisoned, you must know that Seath is a true different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. It is an
Ooh, glitched out there.
primordial crystal, a sacred treasure pillaged by Seath when he turned upon the ancient dragons. So only by destroying the primordial crystal can you so much as scratch his eye. And it so happens the primordial crystal is in within the garden of these very archives, the crystal vilest.
Yep.
The tomes stored in these archives.
So we're going to have to shatter the primordial crystal and then we can take the Duke down. I recall him dealing insane damage, but not having just a ton of health.
unsound fixation. But his work is a beautiful, invaluable resource. All progress demands sacrifice, and I certainly bear no antipathy for that wonderful scaleless piece.
So yeah, as we're seeing, people are kind of disturbingly okay with everything Seath is known or believed to have done.
Come again. The knowledge here is limitless. I would absorb it, then...
Even though we're going to be cleaning up his messes for millennia into the future. Again, I will say, out of all the lords present in this game, including the representatives of the Dark, Seath is the only one that comes across as, like, just purely, unambiguously villainous. So, we get to be a good old-fashioned dragon-slaying hero this time around. Just as soon as we head out to the Crystal Forest, of course. MC says false dragon? Not exactly. He is, in fact, a proper dragon. He's just a traitor. And is, therefore, in this world, like the last of the dragons. So his beautiful crystal forest is guarded, of course, by beautiful crystal golems. They don't have a ton of health, but they hit hard. There's a few of these running around the Darkroot Basin, which we're going to need to hit up later on anyway. There's an entire cadre of them in the opposite corner, probably guarding something. I hope they're guarding something and I'm not going to fight them all for naught. Blue Titanite. That helps us upgrade, like, magical or magically enhanced weapons, I think. Well, no, they're guarding something, for sure. Ooh! Right out the gate with the jump attack. That is nasty. Doing that Baywatch run over to us. Oh yes, they do. They drop special stuff, or at least the one did. The rest could just be like, it's posse, it's hype men. The range we get on that thrust is admittedly really, really good. Shockwave. Yep. Yeah, that guy didn't drop anything, unfortunately. But we're gonna drop him. Nothing from you either? That's a shame. Okay, what did you have for us then? Oh, just some Titanite. Well, alright. Was there nothing over here then? Huh, guess not. How are we doing on weapon durability? Because, yeah, we're doing alright. If I recall, we're going to need quite a lot of it for Seath. There's the Crystal General's armor, which looks incredibly cool. Speaking of looking cool, check out the Crystal Forest, folks. Whew! Up there with Daylit Anor Londo is one of the most beautiful environments in the game, but I would say this takes it by just a hair. We don't need to fight these guys, and I want to preserve my weapon strength, so we shall not fight these guys. Welcome to the Crystal Cave. Kind of Duke Seath's, personal fortress. His sanctum. And also home to a really peculiar little gimmick. First off, there's lots of golem fights on very precarious footing. Always fun. These golems seem slightly tougher than the ones in the garden too, but that might just be me. Anything for us? No. And we need to platform our way. Well, platforming in so much as such a thing exists in Dark Souls. Down past all of these creatures to the chamber where the primordial crystal is being kept. Right, so time to meet this stage's gimmick. You see how all these little droplets of water appear to be just fizzling out very conspicuously in open air? Yeah, this area is laden in invisible platforms, and also, there's plenty of moonlight butterflies all around here. Proving that Duke Seath did create them. They will attack you, only if you attack them, I believe. Which, I mean, hey, in this area is not a great idea. So just walk on down and onto this crystal and pick up you some loot. A humanity sprite. Not bad, not bad. If I'm as bad at Seath as I was my first time around, we might need that just to heal. And other players are always really kind to leave you, messages indicating what is and isn't safe ground. Gotta take this real slow. And here you'll see, like, a nice, big golem. The golden golems. If I recall, they are more or less exactly like the blue ones, only much tankier. Well, that was anticlimactic. Where to from here now? Oh, down here, right. Yes? MC says, good job, Gold Golem. Well, I may have a repeat of that myself. This area is nerve-wracking. MC says your master would be proud. Oh, if only there was a way to kite Seath over the edge of a cliff. Now, there are other enemies in here, and they're among some of the worst in the game. Oh, can we go for a repeat? No! No! Oh, that platform was way more narrow than it looked like. We could walk perfectly on one side of it, and then the other just has no traction whatsoever. So while I'm at it, I should note that among some players, just gonna repair our weapon because I'm kind of paranoid about that. And then I'm going to go to Firelink. Well, I'm not going to go to Firelink because I don't know we can warp back here. But as soon as this fight is resolved, we are buffing our Estus Flask twice. This fight, or this area, is not terribly popular among certain segments of the fandom for exactly the reason you would imagine. Platforming, first off, Dark Souls isn't terribly great with really dexterous platforming control. And secondly, the sort of design and visual telegraphing for where one can and can't step safely isn't done extremely well. Now, the saving grace for the Crystal Cave is twofold, in my opinion. One, it's gorgeous, so it's not like an unpleasant sort of slog visually, sort of in the way that Anor Londo, or New Londo was, excuse me. And two, the Crystal Cave is actually, once we get through it and grab all the treasure we can, very short. Very, very short. More so than the Tomb of the Giants, and considerably more so than New Londo. Oh, one of them followed us down. Yikes, cheese it. Okay. God, that's always so nerve-wracking. Oh, the gold golems don't respawn either. That's right. So I've got an idea. What if... I mean, sure, we go ahead and buff our weapon and do that whole thing. We try out some of the heavy soul arrows to wear it down from a distance. I mean, it's not going to do a lot, but it'll do something. Scratch that. It did absolutely nothing. I guess since it's a magical creature, that's kind of what you should expect, but... Well, from one of the best soul arrow variations in the series, I would expect it to do a little more than that, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. There we go. One. No follow-up? Whew. That height disparity really came through for us. Now what's over here? More Titanite. Okay, that is useful, believe it or not. But now we want to get over there. I think Seath is in there. Though where, oh where is the path? Oh, is it up there? Was this an entirely optional area? Okay. So there's a second route through here. Yes? No, through there? Oh boy. God, these things are gorgeous, aren't they? Sorry, this is just one of the most stressful areas in the game. Beautiful, of course, and always makes for a fun time, for me anyway, but very nerve-wracking. There we go. There's just some kind of collision detection issue with the edge of the platform. Hey. We're gonna do it? Yes! Okay. Now we're almost to Seath's chamber, where, at least on our first attempt, we will invariably die. Now these things are the man-eater clams. They're incredibly powerful. They just have a chance of dropping some kind of titanite or another, and they are going to wear down our weapon durability like nothing else. So, since none of them seem to be guarding anything of note, we are going to run. I know, not the world's most entertaining strategy, but the Duke himself is plenty tough enough. Hopefully they don't stick around in the battle arena. Time for the 80s dragon to vaporwave his way right on in. That is the primordial crystal. MC says, can you hear all that clamor? Yes, I can, and it's terrifying. Oh, he looks so cool! Why are you the worst character in the series? So, yeah. First order of business. Chop down that crystal. And it's as easy as one, and that's it. Oh god, the clams are in here. Hopefully he can take them out too. Yes, he can. We want to chop that tail off. We need to chop that tail off. Jesus! That's one of the reasons why, too. We want to bait him into using one of those breath attacks if we can. So even though they're damaging, they slow him down for a little bit. The problem really are these two kind of tentacles directly on his sides. They make it much harder to get around to that dragon, but yikes! Oh! He deals insane damage with his physical attacks, but hey, once we get rid of that primary tail, they shouldn't be so bad. Come on, just give us whatever you got, man. Stop moving. So as you can see, this is kind of a slog of a fight unless you're using better strategies. Not the strategy I'm using, which is effectively no strategy. But trust me, I really want to show off what you get from this guy's tail. The problem is, most of the time, it seems like he's not doing anything at all, just kind of waiting to get in an ideal position before he attacks us. Like so. Oh, that was his massive crystal explosion that he used on us before. There we are. Nope. Jesus. Again? And he killed us. Great, just 2 strikes of the tail. Ugh. Yeah, this is exactly the fight I remember. Okay, we can do this though. Now that the gold golems are gone and we know the exact route to take, we can actually make through the crystal cave in no time flat. But he, himself, is gonna be something of a problem. After this, though, it's just a gauntlet of enemies we've proven pretty decent at fighting. Just straight-up demons, with all of the simplicity that appeals. MC says apparently that dragon is still weak to lightning. Yeah, that sounds right. Only problem is, well, I might have some gold pine resin. The only issue here is going to be severing the tail. If and when we get the tail, he should instantly become much, much easier. And I think, I could be wrong, but quite a few people, like in the fandom, typically consider Seath to be the weakest of the 4 lords, as in an easier fight than the 4 kings, or, Nito. I'll give you easier than the 4 kings, but, I don't know, Nito just seems so much simpler once you actually know how to handle her. Okay. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of it, as it happens. Now, I don't know if we need to break the crystal again once we go back through. This should also assist us in severing his tail. That's an item, but we can't grab it, otherwise the clams will get us. Does the crystal respawn? Yes, it does. Just a moment, Your Grace, we'll be right with you. I'm not the world's biggest fan of his battle music, to be honest. It's just kind of noisy and busy in a way that a lot of the others really aren't. Oh no. Oh no. We were able to get him right at the tip of his tail, which is good. Damn. Uh-oh. Retreat! And he says, "Seath, keep your tail in check, man." I'd say keep your tail in play. Just let me get at the damn thing. Ow! Jeez! You can see how this fight becomes so much easier when he doesn't have that thing, like, to swat around anymore, right? Yeah, let's slowly bait him over here. That's right, Your Grace, this way. You know, where old Brady can actually get at the tail. No, no! You know, he's an oddly physical combatant for, like, what's supposed to be the realm's archmage, right? Oh, this is not gonna be it. But if we could just get the tail weapon, there is apparently a much easier way to fight him when it comes to your positioning. I think if we can, like, squeeze ourselves up right up against that massive little pod of crystals that serves as sort of his lower torso, it becomes much easier to dodge his attacks. So to be clear, Gwyn wanted nothing to do with the regular dragons, but this one was okay. He's just so big. Like, getting around him in time is a pain. Okay. So yeah, as we can see, his actual attacks, especially the ones directed from the front, really aren't that bad. They deal crazy damage, but... MC says, oh man, the Dark Souls Reddit has gems. Oh, I know it does. It's quite a lively little community. Well, I shouldn't say little, it's massive, but... Tail, Seath. Need the sword that inexplicably comes out of your tail. Why does the tail deal so much damage? No! His roars sound more like distorted moos to me, so... okay. Not quite as entertaining as the Michael Jackson wolves from Nuclear Throne, but up there. Come on! He's doing the shockwave. I don't care. Okay, how durable is that damn tail? I know you have to hit like a certain section of it, like if you strike too close to the body, it technically doesn't count as a blow against the tail, but we have hit that thing near the tip many, many times. Oh damn it, not again. We might not get his tail weapon, but god, there's an outside chance we actually take him this time. Come on, what you got? You know, for such a cool design, his fight's a little underwhelming. Like, I mean, high damage, but his moves aren't as interesting as you'd expect from, like, the greatest sorcerer in the entire game setting. Oh no. Oh no. If only there was a way to stun you. Fine, if I can't easily damage that tail, screw it. I'll just focus on you. Seriously? Got it! Oh, that's gonna be a fun one to check out. Now, unfortunately, he does keep most of that really powerful tail. But we got the bit that matters. We got the sword. It's a very special sword. It's a great sword that scales with your intelligence. Now let's see, can I just, like, somehow astonish myself again and take down the Duke in one shot? Or, well, sorry, 2 shots. Oh, here they come. There's an AoE on the tails? That is nasty, man. Alright, big guy. We did it! Is that it? Yes! Okay, one of the bosses that gave me the toughest time in the original, down in 2 tries, and his tail perfectly preserved and frozen for some kind of, like, novelty meat venture in the future. The Duke is slain. The worst character in this entire setting has just been ushered from the world. Excuse me. Right on. Thank you very much, MC. Said, from the Dark Souls Reddit, like a 5-year-old playing the game with the name 5-year-old and got invaded by a player in Undead Burg, had difficulty with the area, but the invader just gave him so much loot. Like, the kid wanted to stop playing with Undead Burg, but the gift made him so happy. Oh, that's sweet. Like, the invader left the loot behind for him, or he was somehow able to kill the invader and they dropped... Well, no, the invader would have to drop it, I would think. All this is going into intelligence because we want to use Seath's gift, just as much as we can. Or, no, if we can, it'll be pretty good. Soul of the albino Seath the Scaleless, a fragment of a lord's soul discovered at the dawn of the Age of Fire. Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it will still satiate the Lordvessel. So, really quick, I want to show off what we just got. It's a FromSoft tradition. They make a point of including a version of this weapon ever since the Kingsfield days, I want to say, in every single game they make. The Moonlight Greatsword. You need 28 intelligence to wield it properly. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery, and this sword is imbued with his magic, which shall be unleashed as a wave of moonlight. Once we get enough intelligence, that's very true, but just look at the thing, guys, it's gorgeous. This is what the Crystal Guard used to attack us. And if I were to ever to use a great weapon in this game, as you can see, it has its own special little Zelda-style energy wave attack, I would definitely use this one. It's good stuff, but for now we're going to stick to, like, the super poker. Now, though, it's time to head to the Firelink Shrine to upgrade our Estus Flask. Twice. And then drop, MC says Brady Master Poker. At this point, yeah, I was not expecting a thrusting sword to be, like, so much my style in this game, but it really is. What we want to do now, right, is prepare ourselves to take on the Witch of Izalith, or at least go find what remains of her soul down in,
Finally, the curse of the undead will be lifted. And I can die human. I am powerless.
Sorry, Anastasia, but I'm not linking the fire.
Save us all, please.
I'm going to help us all in another way. Right now, though, here, eat your co-worker souls, thank you very much. And we can prepare ourselves for a return trip to Poop City. As unfortunately, it's time. It's time to head on back into the sewers one last time, and on the way, we can discover maybe the most astonishing, surprising, revelatory covenant of them all.
Oh, then let us promise.
Let's go ahead and buy what remains of his offerings, because once we do... Oh, we can't afford a couple of them, but once we do... MC says, in a sudden plunge in the sullen swell 10 fathoms deep on the road to hell. That would fit the first time, but our return trip should actually feel like a victory lap, more than anything. And from Poop City, we can access a couple really cool areas, including a hidden one we just barely touched on during our Poop City Showdown stream. Or no, sorry, the Poop City Expedition stream, rather. We'll head down to the depths, because that's as close as we can get for now. And, we can really pick apart the design of the Demon Ruins in Lost Izalith, because, suffice to say, it's not great. It's really not. Which is a shame. Oh, we have 20 flasks now, from Firelink Shrine, I would guess. I won't complain, I will just take them, graciously. Now, thankfully, those blow dart guys don't respawn, so... Again, our trip back down should be fairly uneventful. The stick of plus 14 poking should be sufficiently strong to chop down the barbarians even fairly quickly. And the sort of mutated, lamprey-looking hollows shouldn't pose much of a threat or an obstacle at all. Yeah, there you go. Now, they have such crazy HP that they can still survive a backstab from us, but just barely. If you recall, they used to take a fair bit of beating, but not anymore. Dung. Thank you. Oh, what does this guy have? Oh, just a standard spear. Oh, okay. And some cash from, I guess, the corpse he was using as a weapon, so, you know, that's something. Guess some poor fool accidentally jumped over the edge. It's an easy mistake to make in Blighttown. Lots of folks, myself included, have this weird fondness for this area despite it being a total pain in the ass, because it was the first time Dark Souls, or a game like this in our experience, just threw everything we had, or everything it possibly could at us all at once. Put us through absolute hell, a real crucible, you know what I'm saying? And we triumphed. So the feeling of making it to just the bottom of the swamp, let alone taking K-Lag on, was exhilarating. And so a lot of folks in the fandom have this genuine fondness for this area, even though we probably shouldn't. It really drives the point home, though, that, hey, no matter what I see in this game, no matter how intimidating a challenge may appear at first, there's always going to be some way through it, even if it's not by pure skill, just like through tenacity, and throwing ourselves into the grinder over and over again. And the poison from the swamp now shouldn't be a problem whatsoever. And hey, if you recall, we got a ring, I think, in the Undead Asylum during our return visit that will allow us to move normally on the muddy, shitty floor of the swamp, allowing us to make it across to the secret area, the Great Hollow, much, much faster. Almost there already, huh? Hard to believe. We've come so far, and that real, tangible sense of progression is one of the greatest things this series has to offer. Being able to go back through areas that gave you hell, like during your first run-through, and just carving through them with improved arms and armor, better stats, new spells. It's an awesome feeling, guys, every time. And if I manage to do everything I want to during this stream and do it properly, we should end the stream off killing the Hydra in the Darkroot Basin, because it technically, not officially, it's not the direct route, but it more or less guards the area we'll need to get to activate the DLC or access it, I believe. Hey, it's our good old buddies the mosquitoes, they're back, and do they have, like, human skull? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I hope we can survive this. Yes! Poisoned, but I don't care. Let's head right on in here. And intelligence is just a couple away from allowing us to use the great crystal weapon. Let's see if we can get enough here. Soul of a hero. Probably not going to get quite enough, but maybe enough for one more level, which is something. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we can get enough. And of course, every level of intelligence also makes our weapon buffs that much stronger. Getting there. More intelligence, please. Okay, just one more, and we need about 15k souls. Is there any way we have enough? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Right on the money. Oh, and we're like a couple hundred short. Well, that's an easy fix, isn't it? Yo, Crag Spider, how's it hanging, man? Just cut down a few of these. And just one of these soul arrows will just level a Crag Spider. I love that. There, we've definitely got enough now, I hope. Look how little damage the poison does, guys. That is a beautiful thing to witness. Intelligence and good. Now let's go ahead and attune that magic. So in place of great magic weapon, give me crystal magic weapon. And in place of heavy soul arrow, give me great heavy soul arrow. Let's throw on that ring now. Rusted iron ring, I think it was? Yeah. See, look at that. We can move through just as smooth as you'd like. And make it over to the Great Hollow in no time flat. Now, you'll remember from the intro of the game, this little diatribe about how in the Age of Dragons, sort of like prehistory, the world was dominated by great stone crags, the everlasting dragons, and the arch trees. And, well, this is one such arch tree. We see several of them running down into, like, the firmament of Lordran. And we actually get to explore one really briefly right here, and I think that's a really cool touch. And what's on the other side is incredible. The Great Hollow is a very short area, as is the special secret area on the other side. This is a somewhat precarious platforming-based level. Not too bad, though. I think the only enemies in here are basilisks and the mushroom people. Yikes. There's lots of special loot around here. Well, I shouldn't say special. A lot of it's just, like, consumables and the like. But God, is it tricky, like, actually landing the jumps you need to make to get a lot of them. So I'm only going to try for one or two where I can. Like this one, hopefully. We've got the Estus. Oh, we can see basilisks over there doing their thing. Oh, the Chloranthy ring. That's really, really good, actually. Guess what? One of my favorite effects. Boost stamina recovery speed. This ancient ring engraved with the large green flowers of unknown origin hastens the regeneration of stamina. Couple that baby with our Mask of the Child and green crest shield, and we are like the ever-ready bunny over here. We are good to go. More loot? Titanite chunk, okay. God, these things are freaky. what loot were they guarding? Oh, just a small parcel of souls, okay. As you can see, these are big-ass trees. It shouldn't take us too long to get to the bottom, one way or the other. I know there's loot we're passing by, don't worry about that. We will come back for some of it, hopefully, at some point. Oh no. Oh no. Yikes. Good. Yikes. Good. Hey, blue titanite, nice. MC says branching paths. The pun game is strong today. I appreciate that. Are we gonna have to like jump our way back up there? Come on. Hup. Now we can build up enough of a running start to manage this. Oh dear. We may have just screwed ourselves, but hopefully not. Come on. No! Oh, so close. That was the ground, too. It's okay. It's okay. We had next to no souls, because we spent it all on level ups. And there is a bonfire right at the top of the hollow. So we are totally cool. Now we can just follow the most direct path down, nice and easy, with a few simple drops. And not be swayed by the appearance of loot anywhere. Because the Chloranthy ring really is like the big ticket item here. It'll be the most useful for our build anyway. I don't know if there is much other like unique gear or anything in the hollow. It's an interesting area, and it's oddly peaceful. Again, kind of giving the sense that before the Age of Light, before the Age of Fire, the world, well, it maybe wasn't perfect, but it was more, well, say in a state of nature, or something equivalent. Alright, almost to the bottom. Here we go. This is the way to do it. We'll just leave those souls. They don't really matter at this point. It's only a couple thousand. Red Titanite. There you go. I think that's stuff we'll find mainly in and around the Demon Ruins and Lost Izalith. Where does this lead? And down below this is a smaller section of the hollow that is home to the Mushroom Men, I think. Oh, you... friends, you know there's gotta be some loot at the top of this. Will it be anything good? Who knows? But I'm curious. Almost. It's not just a way back up, is it? Oh, damn, it might be. Oh well. Always worth exploring. And, given the overall layout of this hollow, it is a godsend that we have the Lordvessel. If we did not have the teleportation ability and had to, like, climb ourselves back out of this tree, oh, it would be pure hell. This, though, this is alright. A nice, calming little distraction before we throw ourselves right into combat hell. Now, one of these passages had a ladder, right? Yeah, this one. More basilisks? Oh, yeah, more basilisks. Some of the most frightening-looking enemies in the series, in my humble opinion. There's something about those eyes, man, which are not their actual eyes. The creature's eyes are actually very small and located directly below the large bulging eyes of death, which is what they're actually called. They're the things we offer to Grave Lord Nito to progress in her covenant. There we go. Got him. Time to go check in on our mycelial mates. Oh, here they come. Oh, they coming. And now the little ones are trying to attack us, with pathetic results that invariably will agitate the bigger ones. Oh well, I don't care. We didn't make this sword what it is to not poke things. Yeah, let's see how you like this. Nearly doubles our weapon damage, and that little creature is like an item that some other player had lost here, I think, that spawned into our world as its own distinct creature. And you were frozen, which is, I mean, fine by old Brady. Oof. Gotcha. They're unrelenting here. This is mushroom country. Ooh, dodged that perfectly. Probably shouldn't have dodged that, but we did. Down it goes. What did this drop? Oh, a twin humanity. That's very, very nice, actually. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, evil crab item thing. So, in case you've ever wondered what's at the very bottom of the world, it's something you may be familiar with. Notice that the music only kicks in when you look at the sky. This is Ash Lake, and it's heavily implied to be what remains of the world of the everlasting dragons, the world as it was under them. But, of course, somehow the Duke's thrown a few of his experiments down here, including, well, something we're going to be running from, because it's not worth it. a lot of things we're going to be running from because it's not worth it, including a second Hydra. Now, we're going to have to kill one of these things for a very significant reward, so killing the second one, trust me, isn't worth it right now. But look at all the beautiful arch trees and the brilliant sky. Is it possible that under an age of dark, something like this could be created again? Or something equally as beautiful? I hope so. Is there anything over the base that... Well, I might end up fighting this thing anyway. If it would just attack. Come on, you've got melee attacks. They really hurt. Go ahead and use one. Or don't. How much damage do I deal to you with this? There it goes. Oh, but you've got such a limited time to actually capitalize on that. And it's very easy for them to overwhelm you. I can't see! The Hydra, of course, actually becomes easier as you fight it, because your goal, as Heracles... Was it Heracles? I don't know. Kind of off on my Hellenic mythology. Was to sever each of its heads. And with each head, it loses a whole lot of attack coverage, or melee coverage. So the Hydra fight, or both of them, it's just kind of this over and over again. Now, as a mage, I know for a fact this fight's way more kinetic because you can actually, like, take it on at range. But we don't have enough soul arrows to really make a dent in that regard. Get up, get up, get up. So since it's down to almost half health, but it's lost only one head, that tells me we've actually managed to damage a lot of the heads pretty profusely. Jeez, how does it always manage to... I have no idea how you're supposed to dodge this. I know there is a strategy, I just don't know what it is. That's two. Yeah, see, it's much easier once you sever a couple heads. And I have no idea what this one drops. Maybe a Titanite slab of some color? Its remaining heads have got to be low on health. I mean, look at the health bar of the Hydra itself. Yep, there's number 3. My god, we're actually doing this. Ah, close. Oh, here it comes. Funny thing is, it doesn't have, like, just an obscene amount of health. MCS, why is the Hydra there? I honestly have no idea. It's implied maybe to be a creation of Seath's. We find man-eater clams elsewhere around here, so it's possible that he found a way to throw some of his rejects down here. Or they got loosed somehow. Come on, give us your worst. 3 left. Ooh, that one got us head on. Oh, you were such an irritating fight. Oh, did we kill it without severing all its heads? Okay. What do you drop then? Oh! Oh, that's important. Oh, that's very important. So, really, Ash Lake exists for 2 reasons. One, to show you what the world was like before or without Gwyn and the Titans. And 2, to offer players a very special secret opportunity. If we walk around this sandbar, we'll see a bunch of the man-eating clams again. Still not worth it. The whole beach is strewn with fossils, but we really want to head to that grove of arch trees. This is also an oddly peaceful area despite the Hydra. See, there's something hiding in Ash Lake. Well, aside from Seath's experiments. Oh, hello, Basilisk. Oh, hi, Basilisk. Yep, down you go. Treasure? Treasure, yes. Oh, yeah. Ooh, punched right through my guard. That is some good form you got there, mushroom person golem thing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ouch. Gotcha. Okay, so we can't quite get it from there. But there is an item to be claimed in here. Is there some way around to it? We'll have to keep that in mind. It's not the reason we're here, though. Clam. I might as well try to kill one of them, right? Just to kind of show what we're up against. Has a grab attack. A pretty quick short-range melee attack. A couple shell sweeps that'll just destroy your defense. As will most of its attacks, actually, since it's like a crystal clam. It hits like a truck. Oh, we staggered it. And in there, with all those skulls, is sometimes treasure, like a purging stone, something that allows us to cure the curse status effect should ever we be afflicted with it. Seath had the greatest chance of cursing us, and he didn't ever, thankfully. So I don't... Well, no, I take that back. Enemies in the DLC may curse. I don't know. May curse you, that is. So, ready to see probably the coolest thing in the base game? The last real covenant in the game. Next to the Darkstalkers, or the Dark Wraiths, the hardest one to access. And the one that isn't intimated at any point. The path to the dragon. Meet the last surviving true everlasting dragon. Seath was a dragon, but he was basically, well, a traitor. He wasn't one of them anymore. This thing is still here and still alive. And is, as you'd expect, completely and totally peaceful. We've unlocked the Path of the Dragon Covenant, which allows you to earn dragon scales by competing with other players in honest and open duels by placing down a silver summon sign that allows people to fight, or bring you into their world to fight honorably, and gives us a stone that will temporarily transform our head into that of a dragon, allowing us to breathe fire. You can also gain a dragon fire skin, or a dragon skin stone, by accruing enough dragon scales. Or offering enough dragon scales. We don't have enough to level the Covenant up, I don't think. But this is the one I'll probably be sticking with because I really like it. The dragon has no dialogue, but it's so peaceful, in fact, it'll even let you cut off its tail for a special reward. The Dragon Greatsword. Yeah, so everything we see of the dragons from this tells me that Gwyn was quite flatly wrong. Here we have a creature powerful, yeah. Frightening, no doubt. But able and willing to impart you with its own power, and bearing no grudge if you decide to saw its tail off for a great weapon. Very heavy, but one of the most powerful weapons I've seen. This sword, one of the rare dragon's weapons, came from the tail of the stone dragon of Ash Lake, descendant of the ancient dragons. Its great mystical power will be unleashed when wielded with two hands. Look at this monster. It's just like carved dragon bone. Check that out. So having met the everlasting dragon, we're now ready to properly tackle the last real leg of the game in the Witch of Izalith. Oh, do I actually have to climb my way back up through the tree? Oh, that kind of sucks. But yeah, if we don't want to do the depths run again, we have to. Right. Well, okay. We can do that. The more universal fast travel in the sequels, now that I played through this one again, is a really nice touch, to be honest, because having to backtrack physically so much, as you do in this game, is a little tiring. Is that maybe another way into the tree? No. Sorry for the silence, there's just not a whole lot to say through these backtracking segments. We can still make it, if not all the way through, pretty far through the witch's dungeon, though, because, as I said, not only is it kind of half done, it's very short, if I recall. Loaded with challenging combat encounters, but very short. Oh, there is an item around the side of the tree. What on earth is this? I don't recall. Maybe just another dragon scale? Yeah. What does that say anyway? Like, what's its description? Would this be a key item technically? No? A usable item? MC says, gotta give a lot of dragon scales to that covenant. Yes, you do. It's a shame there isn't, like, a special resolution that allows one to work with the remnants of the dragons instead of choosing either the fire or the dark, but I'd say the choice we have is still compelling as it is. Alright, come on, tree, don't do us like that. And so, yeah, I've never played Divinity 2 Ego Draconis. Aside from the first, like, crowdfunded game, I have not played any of the Divinity titles. Afraid not. Let's see. Just walk up the fungus ladder. Just juke our way past the little funguis. And very slowly climb our way back up. MC says Divinity 2 is older than Original Sin, and you could turn into a dragon in that one. Oh, nice. Mostly the same kind of gameplay, I gotcha. Hopefully you didn't have a partner constantly forcing you into contrived Rochambeau minigames in order to do literally anything in the older ones, but... that, more than anything else, absolutely poisoned my experience with Original Sin. No, you didn't. Okay. I wonder what on earth possessed them to think that was a good idea. I totally get the idea of having party members that act as foils to or oppose you, or even standing in your way at some points, but having it happen all the time, over every little thing, was absolutely exhausting. If maybe that happened with a fourth of the frequency that it does in the final product, I would have thought it was perfectly tolerable, but as it was, no. Just no. Let's see. Where was that other ladder? It was more of a patch to soloing a co-op game. Yeah, Yeah, it definitely smacked of like a sort of last-minute measure. I give my life not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, that's the way I fly to you. Still in a dream, snake eater. No better spot in the game for that. It's a very long climb. Thank you very much. Oh, come on, the collision detection on the edge of this platform, are you friggin' kidding me? There we go. So collision detection overall here could be just a little bit better, but, you know, it's a complex area with complex geometry. I can't blame them too much. MC says gotta work a little on that singing voice, but this is already really good. Yeah, I'm not the world's best singer. I appreciate it, but I'm all too aware of that. There are professional musicians in my family. I am not among them. Better than average? Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Snake Eater, on the whole, isn't a very difficult song. Sort of the... Oh, I forget the technical term for it, but, like, I believe technically the bridge is kind of difficult with the way it builds, but... It's a shame that I have a voice that naturally is totally unfit for singing my favorite kind of music, R&B and soul. Now, if we swap out the Chloranthy ring for the rusted iron ring, we can book it across the Blighttown swamp really quickly and get back down to the Demon Ruins. And to give you an idea what kind of area Demon Ruins is, literally as soon as we set foot in the area, if we want to make any serious progress, we have to complete a boss fight. And it's an interesting one. And she says I sing for fun at times as well. Yeah, it's a great way to pass time or relieve stress. And as somebody who absolutely adores music and grew up in a house full of music, I absolutely adore singing. Can't play an instrument. Going to try to pick up the keyboard at some point. The closest directly to music I've ever gotten was We're Definitely Resting Here. Hosting my radio program through undergrad, which was a great time. I'd love to return to the radio at some point when the world kind of, you know, unshits itself. Oh, speaking of, crag spider falling through the shit ground. That is nice. Oh, yeah, sorry, Masterwork Pyromancy teacher. Meet Kelana of Izalith.
A mere undead, yet you can see me. Fascinating. I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift. Are you too one who seeks my pyromancy, like Saladin?
I'm sure.
Yes, of course. It should be expected. Very well. You shall be my pupil, but to pursue my pyromancy, you must give something up. Are you prepared to do this?
So, she is another one of the Witch of Izalith's children. She is a sister to Kalag and the Fair Lady. And she's not quite human anymore, as conveyed by her statement that most mortals can't see her anymore. But she's perfectly affable and willing to teach us the best pyromancies in the game.
I accepted another pupil like yourself over 200 years ago. was a man almost as bungling as you, in your world. He was called Salaman, the master pyromancer. The little rascal really made something of himself. Pyromancy is the art of invoking...
I love how we're just standing here and taking all of this poison damage that would have destroyed us when we first came through Poop City.
Lest you be devoured by it and lose yourself.
Uh-huh.
To see that happen again.
Hint, hint, what do you think happened in her hometown? So she fulfills, or offers all the services that our buddy back in Firelink Shrine does, except she offers much better and more advanced pyromancies, like the Fire Whip, one I personally really like, the Primal Pyromancies, they're called collectively, Improved Combustion, Firestorm, which is a great but really unwieldy pyromancy. We're going to buy every unique pyromancy she has to offer.
Now go.
If we have the souls for it. Do we have enough souls to... No, we do not. But that's okay, we can come back for the rest later. Shiva should be somewhere down here as well. But no time for that. Let's slip that Chloranthy ring back on. Cut our way across this very sizable, nice and open battle arena. Congratulations, somebody just rang the Bell of Awakening down here. Good luck in Sin's Fortress, buddy. Oh wait, no, that just rings the bell, my bad. So it's time to properly head on down to the Demon Ruins. Home of Fire. Lots and lots of fire. Also, recycled enemies. Lots and lots of recycled enemies. We'll go ahead and reverse our hollowing here. I will want to level up her Covenant at some point. And to get the special pyromancies that Engi offers. I think they mostly involve poison. MC says, I do love that multiplayer enhances the game except for some minor parts, as do I. It's a really solid integration of a multiplayer component into what is designed as a really robust single-player system. Dark Souls 2 does this even better, in my mind. Oh, good thing we didn't kindle that last bonfire, because there's one right down here that we're definitely going to want to kindle. Not like modern, ever-present, and useless multiplayer experience. Agreed, agreed. I am not super fond of the way that multiplayer is shoehorned into a lot of systems at present. So, getting down there is going to be something of a hassle, as you'd imagine. See, when that flame of life... Oh god, these are hostile. So might as well kill them and the little maggots they spawn. Oh yeah, did I not mention the maggots? There are maggots. Oh, and they're so gross. Oh, we're gonna have to use the slope to our advantage here. Fortunately, these guys are not a fixture of the Demon Ruins combat encounters. MC says, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. Oh, we are not. Here we're going to be fighting our way through the horrific accidental consequences of the Witch of Izalith's attempt to replicate the First Flame. See, aside from Kaelana, who isn't quite human anymore, but in a much more innocuous way, all of the witch's family... Sorry, there's one more who's more or less normal, but the rest of the witch's family were all transformed into things that are not quite human or not quite sane. And before we can progress any further, or easily, we're going to have to visit the grave of one of her daughters. Just head on through here. And no boss yet. No, you'll see exactly what they've become. Well, two of them turned into spiders, as you saw. And this poor thing was, I believe, her only son. He is in constant pain and is watching over the grave of his sister, which we technically have to defile to get a nice fire-resistant armor set, and then can begin a fight against this very unfortunately named demon. Meet, oh heaven help me, the Ceaseless Discharge. Make your own jokes, it's too easy, really. So yeah, he attacks with this massive tendril. Our job is to poke at the tendril. It deals obscene damage, as you'd imagine. But he kinda doesn't do much else. Besides, like, he's got a couple lava-themed attacks, but that's it. He is the first stop on our Izalith boss spectacular. Come on, come on. If you happen to suffer from ceaseless discharge, please contact your physician immediately. Well, down he goes, and with him a huge torrent, or a huge section of the lava that's sort of coating the bottom of this area. If you fight him, like, after tackling Kalog, like, immediately, it can be pretty difficult just due to his damage output, but his attacks have such a high tendency to whiff that you'll do just fine. MC says, grotesque display, really. It really, really is. But, you know, poor guy. Now that we've cut him down and gotten the gold-hemmed set, which is Kaelana's robes, for reference, we are good to descend on down into the copy-pasted bowels of the demon ruins. And now, the way many of the combat encounters in this area work, at least in theory, is really interesting to me. I think it's a cool idea, but the implementation, especially down, like, on the like, little, igneous rock plane we've just created, is a little sloppy. You'll see what I mean. You see what I mean yet? Look familiar? It's the Taurus demon, except now there's 5 of it. And it is, to be fair, slightly smaller and much more frail than the original, but still, there's a lot of these copy-paste encounters in this area. You're gonna see a lot of the Taurus demon and a lot of the Capra demon. Are we going to be fighting them all? Probably not. Because there's, as I said, a lot. And there's way more interesting bosses to fight properly in this area. Oh, speaking of... MC says, I mean, it makes sense to see more of them. It absolutely does, in that this is, like, the demon's homeland. No. Not only should they... I would contend they shouldn't be much stronger. But also that we should see new and interesting types of humanoid demons here. There are unique enemies indigenous to this dungeon. But not what you'd expect. Remember, they are more or less intended to be normal enemies. So I appreciate that they're not as big and not as tough. Oh dear. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's real bad. Oh, get away. Oh god, get away. How'd we get 3 of them on our case? Well, it's fine. It's fine. They're just guarding some kind of treasure. We can come back for it later. My interest now, especially since we're kind of running close to the end of our stream, is in seeing the rest of the bosses in the Demon Ruins, at least. Because Demon Ruins has 3 bosses, counting Ceaseless Discharge. And, the next area, I believe, yeah, Lost Izalith, has only 1. Oh, Kirk is back. You remember him from the depths, right? Well, he's going to be trying to take us out again. Oh, wow. This soul arrow packs a punch. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, we're dead. Maybe? Maybe not? We're dead. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to, Lost Izalith. The whole thing's like that. Now that we know where Kirk is, though, if we burn another humanity, we should be able to swing back around and take him down for some more loot pretty easily. And if you saw, there was another fog door right at the end of that little temple complex all the Capra demons were guarding. Meaning, I don't think that's actually a boss door, but it's not far off at all from the next boss. As I said, this is not a super big area. You can see this place is literally like built into some arch trees, which have begun slowly to grow back around it. Hold on, we might actually want to use some more resilient armor here. Oh wow, the Channeler set is actually better and lighter than the Silver Knight armor? Are you kidding me? I did not know that. So the body is. The gauntlets are not. They have better fire defense, barely, but... And the waistcloth is, so, MC says this place would be great for a barbecue, if not for the demons. Oh, true that. Oh, Capra Demon, how I missed you. Now, I think these guys have a decent chance of dropping their weapons. I don't know for sure, though. I just love the look of the Channeler's armor. I mean, check this stuff out. So ornate. Let's get ready for the night. I think there's two types of enemies in the Demon Ruins we have not seen before. Interesting that he tries to, like, ambush you. Still not the strongest on his own, though. Oh, we got his straight sword this time, the barbed straight sword. And plenty of souls. Come on, bring it on. We were just invaded by somebody else, are you kidding me? This is not gonna end well. Oh, they're a mage. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, don't worry, MC. This is definitely a player character. We got him, though. This time the lag worked on to our advantage. Interesting that they give you a tiny bit of curse buildup when you absorb the dark essence of an invader. Now, can we actually try progressing through the stage? That'd be nice. Good game, Danico. That looked like they actually had a really good setup. This just probably isn't the best environment for them. Gotcha. See what I mean? Like, look at the enemy placement. It literally looks like somebody just... oh, big serpent detected? No, that is a burrowing worm. They're kind of pains, but it looks so sloppy, like the devs just traced a line of little Capra demons with a mouse. No real thought to it, just throw a few of them down here, a few of them down there. It's sloppier than a lot of the rest of the game, I have to say. I agree with the popular consensus in that regard. Isn't a worm over here, is there? No. Oh, that cleave is tough stuff, man. MC says it was on the platform below. No, I know exactly the enemy you're talking about. I saw it as well. We'll be going down and around to get to that guy. Oh yeah, the statues also attack you here. There's little, like, flame-breathing statues sort of in the shape of the Asylum/Stray Demon, which I think is a really cute little touch. That's good world building in my mind. Like, these guys were here and served as some kind of protector before everything went, you know, wrong side up. Or are you alive? No. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Let's give him a taste of the old soul arrow. Yeah, that's it. Oh, and he's guarding a bonfire, too. We should be good now to take it on directly. Good stuff, good stuff. Now, what were you guarding? Just some money. I'll take it, though. You know I will. Can we level up? Yes, twice. More intelligence, gotta work our way up to that greatsword in case we need it. And also have to make our buff stronger. Okay, almost there. Now this next area has a few, or at least one or two worms that show up, I think. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for those. Oh, as well as, you know, this. This too. Woo! This guy's bigger than the ones up above, I think. Jeez. And yeah, there's our first worm. Good job, you. Ooh! Got him, though. Alright, what you got for us? Oh, a friend. A friend is what you got for us. Right. Actually, the big one was so much easier to dodge. Like the original Taurus demon, I mean. In part because you could just kind of dive between its legs for, like, the really big attacks. And it had a much greater tendency to swing wide. When they're smaller, they're able to actually home in on you more effectively. You could see what I mean about the way encounters are structured here, right? Like, now there's just a row of Taurus demons after a row of Capra demons, and it's just kind of tiring, to be honest. Should this kill it, or just prime it for the killing? No, that's it. Worm down. Now, I think there's a boss over there, actually, like where the Taurus demon was guarding. Oh, hello. That's not nice. MC says, yeah, it's placed to wear you down, not make it interesting. Agreed. It's a shame, too, that this is kind of what the original game ended with, but... well, quote-unquote ended. You could do them in any order you wanted, but... I think it was kind of designed to favor this area as, like, the last hurrah. Oh! Hey. That went much better than I was expecting. We'll take this side path first. Oh, and it probably goes without saying, but the Taurus demons and the like do respawn. MC says a bit like the Abyss, but the darkness there was what made the area more interesting. Do you mean the Tomb of the Giants? Because the Abyss was just, the boss arena for the Four Kings. Yeah, okay. I can definitely see what you mean there. These guys are not as bad as the skeleton beasts, fortunately, but the design is overall way more obnoxious, I would say, or lazy. Well, I don't want to say lazy, because odds are pretty good that this area being, like, one of the very last in the game was rushed a little bit, and it was probably the best they could do with what they had, but... I would say this is actually more forgivable than the Tomb of the Giants. Oh, good. Hello. Hello? And is that a mimic after all that? No, it is not. Oh, it's, a large flame ember. Good, then. Really good. Oh, there's a lot of them that spawned in. Oh, damn! Well, yeah, I want nothing to do with this. Looks like I don't have a choice, though. Oh, our boss wasn't over there, though, I don't think. Just the Ember. Well, that's fine. The Embers are really useful. Oh, and there was something we missed off to the side up there. Hold on. Can't let that stand. Then once we've got all that, we can progress on to what I know for a fact is a boss. Oh! Oh, no. Titanite. Okay, yes, good. Now, I want you to remember that common criticism of Dark Souls 2 bosses I brought up over and over again, that so many of them are just generic dudes in armor, which again is not really true. And that this game had a much greater variety of bosses. Just keep that in your craw for a minute, if you would, kindly. I can't take this. Is this the boss I'm thinking of? Yep. He's back! And with way more damage, but precious little else. Okay, if you'd let me get up, that'd be really nice. And yeah, it's the same fight as the Stray Demon, except it deals more damage now. It looks better. This is my favorite version of the thing visually. Jesus! It just spams those AoEs. Like, what am I supposed to do here once it gets on a tear? Everything it does knocks you down. Christ! But remember, the sequel was so much less original when it came to boss design than this one was. It's literally the third time we fought this thing. We may have an outside chance if we can get him into the same loop that we stuck the Stray Demon in. It looks like we just may be able to. This is what most convinces me that certain aspects of the game, like this late game especially, had to be rushed. It's the third time. It's the third time. And I'm trying my best to figure out, aside from his damage, I don't think a single thing has changed from the Stray Demon fight. Are we going to do this somehow? Wow. Yeah, there he goes for good this time. The Demon, ladies and gents. The artist formerly known as the Demon Fire Sage, Stray Demon, Asylum Demon, Gone for good. Thank you very much, MC. MC also says, Lord Fadaz, true. And, I mean, it wouldn't be so bad to have this than a second phase. Agreed. But, yeah, we ain't so lucky. That is it. But he did drop something kind of useful. The Demon's Catalyst. Demon Catalyst, formed from Izalith Molten Rock, can be used as a fire weapon. The Demon Fire Sage was the first demon and last master of the original fire arts before the Witch of Izalith was engulfed by chaos, creating pyromancy. So, I can go into greater detail about this probably in a later stream, like sort of during my final thoughts segment. But what I actually think is this fight, the Fire Sage fight, is thematically appropriate and kind of cool as it is, but we did not need all three of those fights, and specifically, the Stray Demon fight feels really superfluous now. I think there is something of a point to having you fight a greatly weakened, kind of captive version of this powerful foe as the tutorial boss, triumphing over it, and then coming here and finding one with a slightly expanded moveset that's more powerful. It's glowing red with this, like, primordial flame it's absorbed. It's what it was supposed to be, right? This is this thing at its absolute zenith. That's interesting. And having them be the bookends is like the first boss in the game and one of the last. That's cool. But having you fight literally the same exact boss in the same exact location twice, and once just giving it what feels like the more climactic variant's moveset is sort of non-entity. Yeah, MC says sort of like showing you how far you've come. Exactly. And what you're capable of. But having you fight a variant of this final form that just doesn't have the cool red visual effects and is like a little bit weaker in the same area you fought the tutorial boss in, literally directly beneath the tutorial boss's arena, takes a lot of the impact out of that moment seeing it here, if that makes sense. So we can move on to what I believe is our third boss, right at the bottom of this chamber. Like I said, the bosses come fast and furious here. But we've unlocked an elevator. An elevator to where? I think this should take us to the Fair Lady's Tower. Yep. And notice, unlike I think everywhere else in the game, this is an actual magical elevator. MC says, yeah, you need to not discover the second one to appreciate this. Right, at this point, especially given the rest of the area's overall design, it feels kind of contrived, right? Like they just needed a boss, were scrambling for something, and said, hey, well, we've already been using all of these other demons from earlier in the game, so why don't we just beef up this guy? Which I'm certain is not what they were going for at all. But it's kind of the effect we're left with. Oh, and this just drops us back outside his boss, or into his boss room. So I guess there's nothing left for us now but to take on the third and final boss here. Like I said, this area, I think we tackle it right away. As I said, this area moves fast and furious. MC says if only remaster would actually mean remastered. Yeah, a few things could use a little bit of tweaking. Now, apparently they did greatly improve, like, connectivity and other issues that plagued the original multiplayer system. So there were lots of little quality of life tweaks that were made, I believe. And I do appreciate that. Now, this last boss, I'll be honest with you, I got no idea what the hell is the deal with this last guy. I distinctly remember, I think, killing it on my first or second attempt during my first playthrough, but I have no idea how, because, well, you'll see what I mean. It's not a bad boss, it's actually a pretty cool one, and it serves as a nice bookend for the Demon Ruins. But, the way the boss is designed and how intense it's, First off, we can summon Solaire. I want to call him in for once, just because he's our bro. MC says, yeah, but modern porting and bug fixing is no remaster. That's totally fair. this boss is just a little confusing. We'll say that. Let's do it. The final boss of the Demon Ruins, and I do appreciate that this is like a boss gauntlet. In fact, due to the quality of the game's boss battles, I wish... Well, Sekiro kind of did this. I wish that there were more bosses and fewer standard encounters in these games. Because clearly, they get really creative here, and as great as a lot of the normal enemies are, these are always the encounters I remember having a great time with. Yeah, so this thing's the Centipede Demon. We fight it on a series of small islands in the middle of lava, so mobility isn't a huge part of this fight. Come on. I think you can poke it ceaseless discharge style, but also just wait for it to get a bit closer. And do that. It doesn't have a ton of health, thankfully. Oh god, it's got Solaire! No! Solaire? You alright, buddy? MC says, I do appreciate the idea of using a centipede as a demon. As somebody whose apartment complex has been having issues with, like, millipedes in the mulch outside for a little while, yeah, I can really dig it as well. So our soul arrows are really going to help us wear this guy down. While Solaire just kind of runs interference for us. That's made this a whole hell of a lot easier. Not easy, necessarily. Oh no, we cut off its arm, which is good, but then it knocked us into the lava because the arm was writhing around. Oh, I think the arm is a sentient enemy, too. See what I mean by, like, I have no idea what's going on in this fight? Oh! We killed the arm and got the ring we need, which is good. And we killed the demon. Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever. And Solaire's fine. He's just been waiting in lava for like a minute straight, and he's good. Okay, whatever. We got a sunlight medal for working with Solaire, humanity, and a homeward bone. Right. MC says things happen. Yeah. It's a really cool fight, I think, like, conceptually, and the idea of a boss that, wait, you can sever its limbs, like Seath, like the Gaping Dragon, like all that, but then the limb itself is still sentient and trying to, like, attack you, and then it drops what you need to progress. That's an awesome idea. If only the arena was positioned to such a way that the camera wouldn't constantly clip against the boss and, like, the rear walls, it'd be, like, perfect. And even still, it's a lot of fun. So they dropped the burnt orange ring, right? Orange charred ring. Reduces lava damage, which we're going to need because we're going to be walking across a whole lot of lava during the last part of this stream. An orange ring enchanted by a witch reduces lava damage. Since his sores were inflamed by lava from birth, the witch sisters gave him this special ring. But fool that he is, he readily dropped it, and from that spot, a terrible centipede demon was born. So this belongs to the Ceaseless Discharge. Who I guess was born after things had already started to go sideways here. And MC says, things happened, demons died, got drunk, what am I doing in hell? Yeah, it's a weird encounter. It's a weird encounter to end off a weird area. Ooh, Green Titanite. That would have been nice to have exactly one Nito ago. But it's a nice... I like the idea behind the area, and again, more bosses, always a good thing in my book, even if they're not the world's best bosses. Now this here is going to be... Well, yes, it's an illusory wall, clearly, but... Oh no, that's, I think where the Fair Lady's Passage would let out. Maybe. Not sure. Is there anything for us over here? No. So if you thought that last area had some lazy design, oh kids, get ready.
Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it. Why? Why? After all this searching, I still cannot find it.
Yeah, so poor Solaire's kind of at the end of his rope. And if we had opened the Fair Lady's Passage earlier, we could save him from an ultimate hollowing, but unfortunately we can't. It's a real shame, but what you gonna do? Tell you what. We'll take intelligence up to 30, then work on getting endurance up there as well. Oh wait, no. We need to kindle this. Because we can. Even though you can get up to 20 Estus flasks from any bonfire now, aside from Firelink Shrine, I don't see anywhere you'd really want to expend the humanity necessary to do that, as most bosses that are going to require 20 Estus flasks worth of healing are probably gonna kill you before you can use 10. MC says, time to look up perfect playthrough of Dark Souls. Indeed, indeed. There's a lot of cool stuff I've probably missed. Okay, so you remember those undead dragons? Well, here's their butts. Just a whole bunch of dragon butts. And aside from that ziggurat up there, dragon butts and lava is the entire area. Brilliant, primo, #1 A1 design. Are you friggin' kidding me? Sheroy Jenkins. And they're burning to death already. Well, hell, I don't really have to do a whole lot here then, do I? Sheroy? You gotta... Oh, they're healing. There we go. Hello? Really? Oh, they've got a self-healing miracle. Oh, they're a pyromancer. Oh, they're a powerful pyromancer. What the... Why is this such a popular invasion spot? Typically, when you get invaded many times, it's in places like, Anor Londo, the Forest, of course, because of the Covenant there. Blighttown in the Depths can be popular places, but not here. I'm sure you see what I mean now, though, about so many, like, invaders having, like, ideal PvP builds that... Well, I mean, lots of people are much better at the PvP in this game than I am, I'm not gonna lie. But, does this build have a decent chance against, like, a very high-level mage that has healing up the ass and all that? You know, probably not. There's lots of loot here. And we'll be using our new ring to collect as much of it as we can. Using the roots to avoid both the fire and the dragon butts. MC says, wow, so looking at a perfect playthrough? Visit Catacombs before Capra, have 30 humanity when you kill the 4 kings. Yeah, some of the requirements for like a single perfect playthrough are really, really high. Thankfully, this game does have a really comprehensive New Game Plus system. Kill the 4 kings immediately after you get the Lordvessel, that way you can get both Frampt and Koth friendly, and the Dark Wraiths to level 2. You shouldn't be a mimic, right? No. The soul of a great hero. So that is just a massive cache of souls. Oh no. Dragon butt is hostile. Repeat, dragon butt is hostile. I love the design, like the architecture in Izalith. If only we got to see just a little bit more of it, you know what I mean? Do I see loot over there? I think I do. We'll have to go back around for that. Now, Lost Izalith is very short. Our boss is right over there in the ziggurat. It's also typically considered to be the worst boss in the entire game, if not the entire series. So, get ready for that. I don't think it's awful, per se. It's just poorly optimized. It's a puzzle boss, and I will say this. Is it the best puzzle boss in the series? No, it's probably the worst. Or gimmick boss, I should say. But the Dark Souls community tends as a whole to kind of hate puzzle bosses. I generally like them. So, I think it's alright. Just, you know, not awesome. There we go, bonfire, baby. We've got all this humanity, might as well use some. MC says one of my favorite bosses is surprisingly Tomb Raider 4's final boss. I've not heard great things about Tomb Raider bosses, but well, no, I've heard, I think maybe the second game had some decent ones, but I'm certain I could find something to enjoy about them. I'm a boss hound, so. Speaking of, what did we think of all of the bosses in Jesus? Just trying to get to the other side of dragon butts, that's all. Did one dragon butt kill another? And it killed us. Whoops. I was trying to get to the other side of that route because I saw some treasure over there, but I guess it's not really worth it. I'd have to say, of the 3 bosses we fought in the Demon Ruins, the most interesting one was probably the Centipede Demon. Not like it has, like, fantastic competition. But, the weakest is easily the Fire Sage, due to the way the game was designed. I think, if you didn't have the Stray Demon, the Fire Sage would easily be my favorite. Ceaseless Discharge is just a really cool idea that, wasn't realized perfectly from a gameplay perspective. If there was a bit more he could do, or if you had to maybe target different sections of his body and break them apart, sort of Colossus style, that'd be really nice. But as it is, he's just kind of a standard bruiser boss. A real challenge if you go directly from Kalag to him, though. So there is that. Mechanically, though, I just love the Centipede Demon. Again, that idea of severing a limb like you've been taught to, and then having it contribute to the fight by attacking you even further, is a really nice idea. MC says, story-wise, Discharge, gameplay-wise, the Demon, Fire Sage, and concept-wise, the Centipede. That's a fair way of breaking it down, I would say. If it had been improved just a little bit, especially like if the camera was a bit more under control, Centipede Demon would be my favorite, easily. And the idea of it being a ring that just came to life and once you did is, like, so quirky, it's kind of fascinating. Like, everything in Izalith wants to kill you. everything, even the inanimate objects. MC says, the gameplay concept of the Centipede is amazing, but far too hectic. Again, it's just that camera. It's that camera, and maybe if the arena was designed to allow for a little bit more movement, or free movement on your part, it would have been a perfect encounter. MC says, I wish I could summon your Centipede buddy and make you run away. Not to spoil anything, but there are some bosses in the series that do something similar. Some bosses that do some very fun things with a similar concept. So this is Izalith itself, this sort of vaguely Southeast Asian stroke Mesoamerican city we're wandering through, and this is what's left of it, essentially. Lots of demon statues. Now, we don't need to worry about how much damage our weapon does, because this boss doesn't care about that. Not really, anyway. God, that fire attack lasts a long time, and there's a ton of these guys here. Stop it. I don't remember there being quite so many of them. MC says, in Tomb Raider 4, there's a strange sense of satisfaction in summoning Horus, having Set come themselves and just run away back up to seal them forever. The idea that you can't kill a boss no matter how much you try. Thematically, yeah, that's really cool, especially when you're dealing with, say, actual deities. Even more cash, good. So, I guess it's time for me to start talking about boss lore, because we're almost there. Oh, these things are Chaos Eaters, by the way. They're just, nice little chthonic boys. They're not that much trouble. They can grab you and, well, eat your chaos, I suppose, but they're not too durable. So, the Witch of Izalith, from everything we have available to us to make this judgment, was far and away the most benevolent and kind of the lords associated with Gwyn. She actually wanted a better world. She worked tirelessly to create one, using the magic of pyromancies, and was, of course, deadly powerful herself, and adored and was adored by her family and her people. But when she tried to create a surrogate, a replacement for the First Flame, something went horribly wrong, largely because you can't, well, recreate the stuff, the primordial stuff this entire world, Gwyn's world, is based upon that easily. And she was consumed by the surrogate flame. The Witch of Izalith herself is no more, and I'm not talking in the sense that, oh, the four kings were no more, as they were consumed by the darkness. She is completely and totally gone. Instead, the thing that consumed her, the first flame, or the false flame itself, has become a sentient, living forge, spewing forth an army of demons and eldritch terrors endlessly. And we're going to have to bring that thing to heal in order to get what remains of the Witch of Izalith's soul and hopefully create a better world ourselves. I can tell you this, I can all but promise you that I will not get this on my first try because of the way the boss works. Basically, we're going to have to find a way to pry loose what remains of the witch's soul, and in so doing, shut down the forge. God, there's a lot of these guys. And oddly enough, not as many Chaos Eaters as I remember there being. I remember there being quite a few more of them. MC's... Yikes. Oh, I don't remember this at all. Oh, there's Chaos Eaters ready to eat our chaos. Well, at least we found some water. I love the little sound they make, though. No, no, it killed us and nearly broke our weapon. Wow. I do not remember that area at all. But, yeah, I guess we'll go back. MC says Tomb Raider 4's final boss is a great boss plot-wise. You free Seath at the beginning of the game, after all. And gameplay-wise, mastery of a 3D platformer while being attacked. Right on, I can dig that. Oh wait, we've got to repair our weapon. You can give me the souls necessary to do that. Hopefully. That's one of the specialties of the Chaos Eaters. They just destroy your arms and armor. Alright, everything else should be strong enough. Now, thankfully, the living statues are slow enough we can kind of just plow through them. I wasn't expecting that we'd be unable to stun the Chaos Eaters or cause them to flinch, though. I distinctly remember being able to. Ah, well. MC says, I must say visiting Dark Souls in these streams is a great experience. Having a game that cares about storytelling without hammering you with it is wonderful. Well, first off, thank you for sharing. I'm very glad to know that these streams are an enjoyable way to experience the game. That's just awesome. And also, I agree. It's interesting to have a plot that you need to infer, or can infer, from a relatively ambiguous lore. I love a really good, deliberately crafted plot, but it's very nice to see something like this done very competently as well. So we're going to go back to the Chaos Eater pit after we fight the boss. And first off, we've got another pyromancer to deal with. The last of the Witch of Izalith's children, and she is no Sheroy Jenkins, we'll say that. We got the Izalith Catalyst, which is really, really good, I think. Catalyst of the Witch of Izalith of long ago, when her daughters were still flame witches, before they were engulfed by the Chaos Flame. Before the birth of pyromancy, their wands were mediums for sorcery, but knowledge of this flame sorcery has long since vanished. And it is just a very big stick. Seriously, how do you try to create life and end up making this? Not even life, like... MC says big stick of power, very true. Are you a mimic? You don't look like a mimic. Oh, the Chaos Fire Whip Pyromancy. That's a pretty interesting one, actually. As are all the Chaos sorceries. Right, so you're ready to see what's become of the False Flame and the Witch? This is not a combat-oriented fight at all. Our goal's very simple here. Just survive. Survive and break it. Whee! It is a giant tree. The bed of chaos. So the goal here is real simple. You break these little bunches of brambles on either side of the tree and destroy these little locuses of its power. Loci, sorry. But every time you do, it becomes stronger and the arena starts to collapse. Thankfully, every time we break a bramble, or a locust, our progress is saved. So if we were to die, which we probably will, and be sent back to the bonfire, we would be able to resume with the rightmost locust remaining shattered. So we freed one of this thing's wings. I love its fight theme, though. Oh! So you now understand how it fights. It just tries to knock you into the pit. Correction, it just knocks you into the pit. One... Is that it? Nope. One... Like that. MC says, interesting that the flame merged with the tree. It is. You can also see how, or why people kind of hate this fight. You can't see where you're supposed to navigate ahead of time, you can't really watch its attacks, and it's very easy to get your character caught on its roots. Did the witch try to ignite the flame using the tree? Well, no. I believe, like, the great arch trees are kind of symbolic of life in this world. Like, you know, the one that housed the Great Hollow, and all of them at the bottom of Ash Lake. And, like, they may have served as kindling for the actual first flame. And the witch somehow created or harnessed one of these to fuel her flame. I don't think she just ignited an extant tree, though. It was either created or transformed by the flame, I believe. So all we have to do is break another locust on the left side of the tree, which is easier said than done. And then we can just finish off the witch, or what remains of her, very, very easily. I would try wearing the ring that increases poise, but... Hold on while we're up here. Chloranthy ring, maybe? I don't think that would stop it from just bowling us over really easily. I love its design. Like, the design of the character is, or the boss, is really cool. But it's like, well, okay, how do I fight this thing? Especially when the floor's always giving out around me. Are we gonna make it? Oh, come on. Really? So we have to take the inside path near all the big roots. Okay. 1, 2... See? Like that. That's why people hate this fight so much, and honestly, I can't really blame them. The entire fight's about staying on the periphery of a collapsing arena with a boss that does absolutely nothing to actually really attack you and is based entirely around knocking you into a pit with massive sweeping blows that not only knock you off your feet, but then nudge your character. Yeah, MC says, yeah, no, bad gameplay. It is, and it's such a shame because I love puzzle or gimmick fights, and, like, at its core, it's a really cool idea for a fight. I like the idea of not fighting that thing directly. I like the idea of finding its, like, power cores and, like, dismantling it piece by piece. I think... and it gaining new moves and abilities every time you damage it. I think that's really, really cool. But I also know other games have executed similar concepts way more competently. It also doesn't help that there's basically no way to actually, you know, block its attacks. Oh, whoops. Goodbye, Soul Eater, or Chaos Eater. Oh, and after you destroy the second locust, to actually access its core, you have to perfectly land a roll or jump onto a narrow route near its base. Really? So they have one very specific path they intend for you to run. Seriously? MC says would be better if you fell down to a lower part of the level without dying and coming back up at the very least. Yes, but it's got a Four Kings problem in... I'm constantly asking while I'm trying to, like, execute the fight, what the hell is it doing? The telegraphs for all of its attacks are more or less constantly off-screen. And like the Fire Sage, it's one of those bosses that can effectively stun-lock you. It's not good fight design, at all. It's a great concept, just kind of pitifully executed. And that's a real shame, given that we can kind of say the same for the entire little dungeon here. I would say I've had a better time going through here than I did New Londo, but New Londo was objectively better designed than this area is. I just prefer combat like normal, good old bust-up combat over fighting the ghosts with the transient curses. But, New Londo did what it was going for a lot better than this does, which is a shame. I would say, out of all 4 areas associated with the Lord Souls, the one that was objectively probably the best designed would have to be the Catacombs, right? Now, not the Tomb of the Giants. Tomb of the Giants is a black mark. But I would say the Catacombs, in terms of design, was actually a bit better than the Duke's Archives, even though I prefer... MC says it would be great if you could shield co-op and block it while progressing a team of 4 slowly advancing to its weak spot. Yeah, that'd be great, like a shield wall or phalanx strategy, but nope, this is Dark Souls, baby. Like, see, what was I supposed to do there? What on earth was I supposed to do there? It hit me with its sword, clobbered me with, like, its sweep as I was laying on the ground, and so as soon as I get up, hit me with the sword on the backswing again. The entire fight is like that. We're gonna do this. This is gonna be a longer stream than usual, but we are taking this thing down before the stream ends. Yeah, I don't remember. I definitely remember dying this many times, but I guess just because I wasn't as experienced with the series and how well bosses could be executed, like puzzle bosses especially in this kind of game, I don't remember having this negative an opinion of the fight. But yeah, this might... It's in the running for my least favorite boss in the game. It's not... Probably not a winner, not when the Stray Demon exists, and is just kind of pointless, but it's up there. It also doesn't help that the boss itself unleashes ungodly amounts of damage as it juggles you. MC says good story and concept, bad execution. Exactly, which is just a crying shame, really. Like, see down here, it killed me before I could take 5 steps last time. Sorry, a retraction. You can block one of its slam attacks, or its sweep attacks, which it will immediately follow up with another to take you off your feet. What the hell? This would also be tolerable if there was any way you could, say, stun the boss and temporarily prevent it from attacking while you work on the other locus, which is what many more competent boss designs would have you do. This, I have to think, after seeing this entire area, like from the copy-paste Capra Demons to the copy-paste Dragon Butts to the copy-paste Fire Sage and like the Bed of Chaos, this area, like I'm sure I've heard this somewhere before. I'm sure I have. This area had to be rushed, right? Like, I'm no game designer, but this thing bears all the hallmarks of something that was conceived, like, by designers and storytellers and, like, the creative team, and not given the amount of time and attention needed to really apply a good coat of technical polish to determine, okay, what works, what doesn't work, what feels good, what doesn't. This was just kind of thrown together as best as a really competent team could manage. Oh, sorry, it would also be much more simple, or much more bearable, if the boss wasn't constantly attacking, as it is. Even Ornstein and Smuff, like the gank boss that's intended to really put you under pressure, did not do that. Okay, so it, like, sweeps... Oh, it's a scythe! Okay. Let's get it. Good. Now we just have to make a pretty tricky jump and endure, some moderately powerful pyromancy, and this thing's down. But we just freed its other wing, of course. I don't think it's any coincidence it looks like a gigantic flaming dragon sprouting out of a wilted humanoid figure. Okay. Okay. And now she casts pyromancy. Right. I freely admit I am far from the world's best Dark Souls player, but I do get the distinct impression that there's not a whole lot we could be doing with this build to do this any better, don't you? MCS, can you do Magic Shield? That will not help. It will boost our elemental resistances, certainly. Only as far as the shield is concerned, it will not do anything to mitigate the extreme stamina damage that her physical attacks deal, or the fact that most of her attacks are slams, meaning they come from above and directly bypass the shield. But it's okay now, because it's going to be hard as hell to access it, but her core is directly at the base of the tree. We don't have to run out to the wings now. All we have to do is get past her arms, dive down onto a root. MC says Havel's Great Shield can also help. We are nowhere near strong enough to use that, unfortunately. Havel's gear requires, or his shield and the Dragon Tooth require 50 strength to wield. This is fine, though, because what we can do now is effectively just finish her. And trust me, the finish here, again, bears hallmarks of a much better fight because it feels really satisfying. We've got to basically do the trench run from Star Wars, A New Hope, and dive down to the base of the tree. Then make our way to the core while she's pummeling us with pyromancies before we get killed. And as you can see, it starts right from the jump here. There we go. Yeah, baby. Now she can still deal damage to us like nobody's business, but you'll see there's a small little burning insect in the back of this hollow. Ow. That insect is what remains of the witch's soul. So, deal a single blow to it and her entire health bar is gone. And we obtain the Lord Soul. With the trophy earned, defeat the Bed of Chaos and a humanity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what this one says. Soul of the Bed of Chaos, Mother of Demons. This Lord Soul was found at the dawn of Age of Fire. The Witch of Izalith attempted to duplicate the first flame from a soul, but instead created a distorted being of chaos and fire. Its power formed a bed of life, which would become the source of all demons, and is more than enough to satiate the Lordvessel. And what does the Flame Ember say? Large Flame Ember used in ancient rites, handled only by blacksmiths knowledgeable in ancient methods. Okay, so we need to take this one, to, the blacksmith still hidden away in the, in Daughter of Chaos. Oh, that must be the fair lady. Nicely done, thank you very much, MC. Have to take this to the, blacksmith hidden in the catacombs, that's it. Which we will do later, and we'll come back for all the stuff guarded by the Chaos Eaters probably before, the end of the game. But we have one last little item to take care of today. And that's going to be slaying the Hydra at the bottom of the Darkroot Garden. So what we'll do is, probably the best way to do it is to go to Firelink, fight our way through the Undead Burg really, really quickly, and then head on down to the Darkroot Basin through the door Havel was guarding. Once we kill the Hydra and a couple golems in the area, we should be able to access the DLC, and once we warp over into the first DLC area, I think we'll be more than ready to call it for the day. Oh, let's replace our ring with one that's actually useful now. There we go.
Oh, hello. Then let us...
Yeah, I'm here to buy... Oh, still can't buy that soul spear, which is a shame. It's really good. We can buy the homing soul mass, though.
All right. Perhaps maybe...
Might as well, right? Pierce. Poke. 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 A longer than expected stream today, but one stream this length tomorrow, and we should be ready to come back the next day with some loot roundup and, well, the end of the game. Trust me, once we open those doors at Firelink Altar, we have, well, maybe 5 minutes of gameplay before we reach Lord Gwyn, in which case we might actually have hours of gameplay left, because he is suitably a tough customer. Hollow warrior armor, I'll take it. Won't use it, but I'll take it. We've come so far from having to carefully pick our way through these guys. Feels very satisfying to just fearlessly wade in and take them out one by one, or all with one stroke as well. Huh. All of this with one of the most mundane weapons in the game, too. That's quite something, and a real testament to the game's weapon upgrade system, and the power, of course, of proper sorceress buffs to a solid weapon. Now, we've killed one Hydra. Killing the next shouldn't be too bad, especially with all these Estus flasks on us. And clearing that area out will also unlock a brand new merchant who sells very special sorceries that, unfortunately, are mainly useful only in PvP modes. But hey, might be good to keep in our back pocket in case we get invaded about 5,000 times during the DLC. A distinct possibility. Now again, our goal here is just to saunter on over and behead the Hydra. Everything else is secondary for now. Whoa, these guys are a lot weaker than their counterparts in the Duke's archives. Ouch. That's one of the big reasons why we want to prioritize the Hydra, really. It'll just make our life hell if we don't. Alright, come on. I'm right here. Oh boy. There it goes. Oh, did I already sever one of its heads? Well, that is some good stuff. Oh yeah, this one's much weaker. Damn golem. There we go. Next. Ooh. Come on. Connect. Connect! Oh, really? There we go. Yeah, the one at Ash Lake is much tougher. MC says a nice chill boss. Not technically a boss, even though it definitely should be. I think it looks amazing. But yes, absolutely. This is a nice cool down from everything we've been through. Well, you got anything for us, big guy? No? Not really? I think we can wade out into the water, but I'm kind of frightened to. Let's see if that'll reach. Maybe, maybe not. Nope. The night set. Good. Oh, that's a pretty short range soul arrow, I see. For God's sake, man. Well, that's better. Not good, but better. There we go! Got a dragon scale and the dusk crown ring. I think there's a pathway near or around the waterfall? Yeah. Oh dear. Is this the right place? Let me see, hold on. No, we're wanting to go over there. There's like a little cavern, I think. And even if we die, if we fall off, that's no big deal. I think that takes you up to the Darkroot Garden. The ladder, that is. It's the way around, I think, if you want, or don't want to shell out for the Crest of Artorias. But yes, our DLC should be right over here, I think. No? Humanity. Oh, you need to be unhallowed, do you? It's weird, the things you can or can't be hollow for. Well, alright, we've been doing this long enough. We can do this one more time. Whew. So let's pop a humanity. Reverse that hollowing. Hope and pray we don't get invaded, because Undead Burg is a pretty popular level for invasions, I think. And head on back. We should be able to rescue the character we need to initiate the DLC, I think, by now. And even if that character won't allow us access into the DLC, we can cut it there, and tomorrow's stream can simply begin with us finding the item we need to access the DLC. And once we're in, apparently, based off of TV Skyne's series anyway, it shouldn't be super difficult for us at this level, like late game. There will just be a lot of cool things to see, and NPC invaders to fight, of course. New loot to collect, including some fantastic dexterity-based weapons that just might replace the rapier for the final stretch of the game, who knows. And so yes, after this game we'll plunge into the second one. Might take a little break maybe to try out a couple games I've never even played before with you guys, but yes, absolutely. Dark Souls 2 is my favorite in the trilogy, and I would love to share it with you guys, since me and my best friend just played the hell out of it back when it first released. A lot of good memories for me there. As well as the best selection of covenants in the entire game. We've got the short sword, like the most basic one-handed weapon in the game, I believe. Just got the long sword, second most basic. Another soldier helm, why not? Dark Souls 2 also has greatly improved, like, quality of life mechanics. Like, all of this backtracking, as I said, a thing of the past, as there are a couple more bonfires per area, usually, although the areas themselves can be exponentially more dense or tricky to navigate. And you can warp between all of them you've unlocked or visited from very early on in the game. Actually, I think from the start. Yes, that's right. Hold on, was that like a tree and a half? No, just the bottom of the foliage texture drops off really abruptly. Let's not get smeared into paste by these guys. That'd be nice. Notice absolutely every enemy in this game, or humanoid enemy, can, like, jump backwards. Has, like, a little quick step dodge. Blue Titanite, yep. I actually saw a Dark Souls mod that was basically a really comprehensive overhaul. It was called, I think, the Daughters of Ash mod. I saw a playthrough of recently. And one of the big golden golems, called I think like the Living Bulwark or something like that, was added to the, a really durable one that is, was added to the Moonlight Butterfly fight to gradually push the player back and like narrow the space they had to evade until they brought it down, which was, I think, a really interesting touch. There it is, speaking of. This big old gold golem has actually kidnapped our merchant. And we're going to need to take it down. You can actually see her trapped in the crystal on its back. This, fortunately, is not one of the golems from the archives, not at all. Down it goes, and we have freed our new friend.
It is thou who rescueth me. Most gracious, I am deeply obliged. I am dust of Ulyssil. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Ulyssil, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance?
Oh, absolutely. She specializes in, as I said, illusion and light-based sorceries.
Thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature. Thou art in need. Pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
Sure. Hold on now. I want to check something real quick. Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry, hold on, I'm checking to see what we need to do to actually enter this DLC. Good luck. Thanks. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Okay. So, friends, we'll actually have to pick this up tomorrow, because what we have to do now is go back to the archives, kill a special crystal golem there, then come back here, and we'll find a portal to the DLC. No big deal, but we'll take care of it on tomorrow's stream. For now, thank you all so much for sitting with me. We made a ton of progress today, taking out Seath, and then the menagerie of copy-paste demons down in Lost Izalith. Tomorrow, we're going to try to make our way through the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. It'll be my first time taking on that particular content. And then swing back around to defeat Lord Gwyn. We are nearly done with Dark Souls, ladies and gentlemen, and with under, like, 500 deaths, something I was not expecting at all. Thank you so much. Hope you'll join me tomorrow, probably from 2 to 5-ish again. It'll probably be a shorter stream. And we shall make more progress. Till then, take care. Thank you so much.